Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Welcome.
Islamism.
I forgot I was on mute. I said Islamism and greetings to you. And how are you this week on this day?
Honors to you, Side Star. Honors to all of us, anyone who might chat in, listening. Islamism, peace, and love. I am excellent on this day, Side Star. How are you?
I'm well. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited about tonight. This is episode 15, and that's a nice marker for this time. And so I appreciate the alignment that has been taking place between us without being in communication with one another. It was like we were intended to not be in that same space at the same time, so we could show and reveal the truth of what we have been going through, individually, and the fact that our individual mission actually aligns with the collective mission. So I'm excited to get into that conversation tonight.
And so it will behoove us all to remember that whatever is said as far as what our agenda is, I have to be upfront and say, for all of you, you already know what the agenda is. When Sai Star Ma'at says what her agenda is and what my agenda is, what our, all of you are clear. If you've been listening, if you read any of the documents, if you're reading your own documents, your own books, our agenda is clear. And so I need that on the table first and up front with everybody, that the agenda should be clear. As far as what we're doing, why we did this, how we're coming together, why we're coming together, the agenda should, that's all I can say is the agenda should be clear. There is no ulterior motive. We've spoken what it is that we're after, but we've only spoken from where it already came. It's like when the prophets say, I say the same thing that the prophets before me said. And so here we are saying the same things the prophet said.
Right. And so the objective here is to stay on that righteous path that has been laid, and we are to continue the path forward from whence it ended, which it hasn't ended, but those who continued on throughout time have also laid the way of the path. And so we are to carry on forward in that same motion and action. And so absolutely we are the manifestation of those prayers prior to our days and our time. We're here to fulfill the prophecy. And so no one said that was going to be an easy feat, because it is an upward hill climb, or, upward climb to get to that point. So, yes. So I did a song today, right? And I think that song would be nice right here to kind of set the tone for where we're going, because so often we have this conversation. So I felt like it was imperative to create something where we don't have to continue, just put the song on, and this will be as a disclaimer. So as a disclaimer to entering the realms of a new wave of thinking, we're going to set the tone knowing that the change is coming. So change gonna come by me, Akshita Chosen Style, right here. First time.
To be black or not to be black? That is the question. Black, dead in the black, eyes of the law. Black. I feel a change coming on. Change is coming. If black, if black was crack, would you still smoke it? If black was whack, would you still back it? Black is dead, so why you still claiming it? Dead in the eyes of the law. Why you still blaming? You become subject to corrupt operations of colorful law based on races to claim you not racist, to make or produce a specified thing, or specialize in the art and the skill of race. Change gon' come. Racism is a pseudoscientific belief. Change gon' come. Race is the thing that puts you in a box with a label, carrying negative influence as a social construct, measured by the pie, person in environment, when it's really our blood tight that speak truth in volumes of who we are. I feel it in the air, change gon' come. Change gon' come. I see it was a title of black that brought about unity without development. So we accept unity in diversity, unity without uniformity as an expression of harmony and unity between dissimilar individuals and groups. We are one no matter our differences. We can agree to disagree, but it's our silence. Silence is acquiescence, and that we are not. Change is gotta come. We need to see change. I represent for we the people, nation building. In our free national name, I am Asiatic, more in America. We will continue to speak to be heard. We will walk to be seen. And we will be loud to be felt because we're coming through sound, frequency, and vibration. This is Ashita Veda L. Ashita style poetry. Frequency flow. Coming here, you know. Change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. To be black or not to be black. Change is moving through the air.
Islamism. Beautiful. Hey, Prince, Judah, Vaughn Jackson, Amisha, welcome. Thank you. Peace, love, light, and balance. Welcome. Unity. We all one in the Creator. That's right. That's right. Yes.
Indeed,
And
we are.
Sidestar, as I said, I had to tell cousin Moshe that you had a Tupac spirit in you when it came to these lyrics. It's like as long as you like the rhythm, there's some words that go with that. So it is a blessing to see you do your work and put your talents out there for all of us to hear and to gravitate to, or at least listen to, and have some understanding. And for some, that song might be too deep, but that hits me in the heart. I yield the floor.
Thank you much. I do appreciate love that. And I have gratitude for the likeness of my gifts and talents and how I'm able to share and offer that. Um, so yes, um, that just came to me today. I just focused after got the show together. I was like, there's no way we can move into this without something that kind of capsulizes everything that has kind of pretty much taken place in this week. But this has been a continuing continuation of many conversations that we've had in the past on this platform and on many other platforms. And so we can see that, you know, it's an it's a debate and an argument all the time because people don't want to let go of what they have been accustomed to, uh what brought them joy, what brought unity at one time, what uh pretty much it was a title that was accepted in the quote unquote black community because that was something to stand together in. And so, and now everyone's standing together in it. The spell has begun to unleash its uh effect on the people who use that word. And now that the effect has taken place, the people have been desensitized to the meaning of it when you're dealing with law. And so this is where we're coming from. We're coming in law because we are of the law. And so I just, we, because I believe I could say we want people to know that outside of those titles, you gain so much more than the less, or to have lack, to be that lack, to represent that lack, to walk in that lack, to praise that lack. So to come out of that, you have to use new terms and language. If a word already carries a negative connotation, there's no making it positive. In truth, it can't go against what it is. So that's what I was trying to get across in a way to not have to continue to have this conversation, because see, this is what happened, right? um I was speaking to a close friend of mine, and she just kept on saying, as a black woman, and as a black woman, and this, and I was like, I understand what you be saying, El Ya, when you be like, uh we're standing here talking, and then all of a sudden the new cameras and everything come out, and then you start talking about black power and we are black and all this stuff. And I just was in the area because of common knowledge of who you are. I'm speaking, then you say, hey, El, yeah, hey, let them know we're black and proud. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, wait a minute now. I can't allow you to throw me into something that I didn't agree to. And then if I'm in the midst of it, I must take a stance and correct my status with the witnesses that are there at the time of this infraction. So I understand that, because I feel the same way, and I won't allow myself to be plugged into an ideology that I don't stand with. And so that's why that song is the new disclaimer for a new wave of thinking. Because before we can even get into what's really on the agenda, you have to come with a free mind. You won't get it if you come in here with chains on your mind. And so I've said this many times before. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything, not manipulating anyone into believing what I believe, or feeling what I feel, or thinking how I think, or how we think, and how we operate, how we walk. Before you can get any deeper than this, we have to come with a free mind. So the only way to free our mind is through edification, and using that information and knowledge as wisdom. We become the wisdom. So the Creator's Unstoppable says, that's why I don't allow nobody to speak for me. I speak for myself. Exactly. That's absolutely right, sis. I don't like nobody trying to speak for me either because why are you speaking for me and not for yourself? Why you got me all up on your brain and you ain't even thinking about yourself? Uh Prince Judah says unify and harmony and doing good works for one another. And that's basically what it all boils down to, and how we are to operate in trust, unifying and organizing in harmony. I like to say it took harmony to break down Jericho's walls. They came together and they praised and worshiped and they sang in harmony, and that was, it was those chords, melodic chords, that brought down a wall of separation, of freedom and slavery. So you ever realize uh this is a analogy that anyone who sees this can analyze themselves. When we are in a situation and we remember music, if you can see yourself being in a time and space outside of music, and then that time and space of re-entry into music, because think about it, when we're babies and youth, every the way we learn is through song, through music, is rhythmic. And so once we get into our adolescence, we may get pulled away from music a bit if we're not into listening to the radio and different things like that. So kind of have your own little thing, but not open to a broad span of music, or maybe you just stop listening to music. But speaking for myself, I went through a period of time where I wasn't listening to any music that was helpful to my growth and development and processing through emotions and life experiences. And so it wasn't until I remembered what I was missing, and all the whole time it had been music and dance. And so it became an issue with me dancing because people had a problem with me moving my hips, and I don't know why, but they did. And so I'm like, okay, you just can't. I just know one thing: the internet ain't gonna let you live in your own peace and happiness and joy. Somebody always got something to say. So guess what? You could care what people think and have to say, or you could care not. And so in order to even get go any forward after the thought of, hey, I want to change some things in my life, once you get to that point of wanting to change things in your life, that's when you are able to accept those things that you must put away because they no longer serve you. At one time, saying I'm black and I'm proud was something of value and great acceptance. But we've moved on to another element and realm of living, and you won't be able to exist there using that language. So it's like, trying to tell people this and them fighting against it is going to be sad to see the time come when they have to remember we had these conversations and you chose not to believe, or you chose not to receive, not believe but to receive the information in likeness, and now it is what it is. And I'm not even going to say what it's going to be, because we don't know what it's going to be, but we know it's coming. We know something is coming. We can't assume that we're not going to uh, suffer through some hard times, where those times cannot be as hard with a different mindset. So I yield the floor.
Well, I'll just say Islamism because listen, see, so that's on one level of what we're talking about, right? Here's my level. We're talking about writing documents that tell the world who we are and represent us before we come in the gate. So for us to put out these fabulous documents, the way documents are written, you know, pat self on the back for is Star Christina, pat yourself on the back too, because the writing is beautiful. The documents, what is said in the language, because the law is used, science is used, all manners of science go into these documents that are written, that claim us as a people and tell the world who we are. And they speak for us without us speaking. But then as soon as we open our mouth, we give it all away. As soon as somebody says, hey, come on now, I got $1 million for you because you did all that, you're a Moor, all of that. Yeah, so go ahead, sign this document right here. And what we'll do is we'll get all you black people on. And you sign the document, and they just told you to get all the black people on. So they said more the first time, but the little letters underneath the agreement in the contract, they made you black again. Because they kept talking and you didn't catch it, and you figure I'm getting paid for being black, I'm getting my money. You're not. This is the message. This is the real. See, if you go to the doctors with a broken arm, do you want the doctor talking about your leg when there's nothing wrong with your leg? And this is what's happening to us. We're trying to fix a problem with our arm, but we're letting everybody talk to us about a leg. Wait, let's make it even worse. I just came in the hospital and told them my stomach hurt. They're telling me to leave. Nothing's wrong. They keep saying nothing's wrong. My stomach hurts, but nothing's wrong. But my stomach hurts. Eventually, one of us has to take control of this, because if I keep going to the hospital and I keep letting them get away with there's nothing wrong with me, then I look like one of them hypo people just wanting to go to the hospital. Eventually, they'll give me sugar pills or something, or start running tests on me just to see. Or I start doing proactive things in order to prove my stomach hurts to get me well on my own, despite them, without them. And so sorry, people, that's where we are. We are in a position to do for ourselves. Now, luckily, in this day and time, we have whole governments ready to back us up. But they're not going to back up black people, African Americans, or any of them people. They're not going to take care of none of them, because all of them people, by law, are property of the United States. And so there's nothing outside people can do. You have to know how to maneuver within the private, and it's a lot of hoops just to get a few crumbs. Okay, so Star, let me say this to you: the creator is unstoppable, because I've been saying this from the beginning. We were organized wrong. The way, and like I said, I'm not trying to down the Moors, but the way the Moorish science temples organized this thing was wrong. See, in organizing this, whatever temple or whatever, if you are not at the one of the highest places, if it hasn't been offered to you the highest seats within that temple, then I'm telling you, this was part of their game, and they were part of the system too, and they were part of holding us back too. And this is why, instead of me starting a Moorish science temple and becoming a sheik and talking like a sheik and walking like a sheik, I said, nah, I got to go sit on the outside, because in my mind, my people been lied to, my people been used, even from some of the Moors, some by mistake and some intentionally. Some got the love. They got the love of the faith, and they're teaching it, and they're giving it to us, real to real. They're giving it to us. But exactly, I ain't professing more, but the system has gates. You just have to find the right keys. Okay, you're not, I understand you're not professing more. But when you start talking about operating in the private this way, only way I found it was being a Moor. Even when I knew about trust in the 80s, I didn't know that so much about private public. I just knew to operate in a trust in the late 80s. But I didn't understand, I didn't have any idea of private public that went along with it. I'd have just opened up a regular old trust and been a trust. I never knew about a religious trust that has the right to build itself. See, they tell us about corporations and LLCs. They don't tell us about this trust that is a government. And so I'm understanding what you're saying, but the only way I ever understood anything about this, like it all hit me in the face, was when I studied being a Moor. Prior to that, I didn't know nothing. I knew it, but I only knew it in the sense of a United States citizen, of being Black and African American. I did not understand it on a government level. But the funny thing is, I was living my life on a government level, operating out the same way. I just didn't know the lawful means by which I should have been doing it. And that's where I was failing myself at, because I was doing things that I didn't set myself up correctly in order to do. Now, I know. My big sister, Nefertari, got that trust course work on point. So now, when we deal with the entire trust, right? Whether people understand it or not, the trust is not so much about what you get to do with your personal birth certificate and social security card versus what we all come together and say with our birth certificate and social security cards. You talk about strength in numbers, right? Not being divided. That trust is what the trust that we build. Other than that, you're going to get their trust. And when their system goes bust, what's going to happen to your trust? See, we don't operate we don't operate strategically. So let me show you something. The Dutch, and you can look up cinnamon trade. The Dutch, when they were doing the cinnamon trade, they went back to their officials one day and said, trade is war. Trade is war. So if trade is war, and all they were trying to get at that time was cinnamon, what are you talking about? Well, what they had done was they sent their army over to where they expected the cinnamon, and then they told the people who had the cinnamon, like, as it grows and stuff, this is what's going to happen. Here's our people. They're going to gather, and they're going to make sure we get our correct share next year, because they also use cinnamon as a medicine back then. So trade is war, and they put military on it in order to get it. Y'all think it ain't that way today? Queen Elizabeth said there forever shall be perpetual war. Now, in order for there to be perpetual war, that would mean somebody has to be crazy. Somebody would, in order for there to be ongoing war, somebody has to start these wars. Or we could just get people to live in a warlike state, and it looks like peace and it's masked. And then one day when everything hits the fan, we'll show them the war. And so this is where we're at today. Look, preventing everything from hitting the fan. That takes words. That takes people going in. And so Star, Cinnamon Wars, Myths and Legends. See that? See that? I listen, y'all. I don't make stuff up. I don't have to. There's too much stuff out there that's real to make something up. This is why I don't charge when I speak like this, because they've already done it at the churches and stuff. They already charged you and you didn't get nothing out of it. War is not of creator, but of those in darkness. Yes, sir. So recently I did a post where people said, I don't even watch the news anymore. So let me show you how dangerous that is. Things happen right in your community. You need to know. It might be a flood or something, but you don't know because you don't watch the news. A little child might get snatched. There might be people, but you don't watch the news, so you don't know a child got snatched. Am I saying, listen, watching the news or having the news playing in the background while you're doing something else is not you into the news. This is where the problem comes. When you're so into it and you rely on it every day in the news, that becomes the problem. But when you have your own stance and you use it to assess your position, the news that comes through, right now today, if we were really operating, and see, these type of things concern me for us. Right now today, this thing with Kamala Harris, I see a bigger picture where they hear us talking about my aunt and our side stars being my aunt and running the land. And so now they're going to put Kamala Harris out there so we can slow that down, because now, look, it's one of your side stars and she's the president. She got to run for president. She got to run for president. What are you worried about? And she's black. She's an African American. So it's like everything that we're saying ain't worth crap. See? And me, I said, some people think like titles and stuff go to your head. I'm Caesar. I'm at war every day with this thought, with this idea. I'm not backing off. Every time, listen, when Trump got shot, when we saw Trump, they took a shot at Trump. Let's put it that way. When we saw that they took a shot at Trump, first thing I said was, oh my God, is he okay? My people said, yeah. I immediately almost fell to the floor laughing. Why are you laughing at Trump getting shot? I'm not laughing, he got shot. I'm laughing at the fact that they missed. It's like somebody throw a sucker punch, and all the brothers know, all the sun stars know what I'm saying. They threw a sucker punch and missed. I can do whatever I want now. Whatever. I have a right to do whatever I want. This is funny. Not only that, I was talking to my mother about it, and I said, Ma, you gonna wake up tomorrow to 50 Trump. She said, well, what's 50 Trump? The next day we woke up, they had the Trump 50 Cent video out with Trump's head on 50 Cent body. Trumpocalypse. Y'all don't know what's gonna happen. Y'all don't know that was the fight. And then, so now what they're depending on is the feministic movement. They're depending on the feministic movement to get Kamala Harris into that seat, because there are more women than men according to the population and stuff. So if you just take everything for what it is, the way it is, the Kamala Harris should win off feminism. But there's another thing that says there's certain groups of people who are looking at Trump saying, oh, he's my uncle, he could be my father, he could be my brother, he could be my cousin, and they're all going to vote for Trump. We only make up 13% of the population, and I don't vote. And there's a whole bunch of us who don't vote. So getting Kamala Harris on is really like, you know, if she gets in, it's like the system was sold already. When you deal with the real politics, when you're looking from the outside in, when you and what's so bad is, like, let's say we was China or Russia, we're looking from the outside in. When we look from the outside in, we was in at one time, wasn't we? We have a real idea of what's going on here. But the thing is, we can't be trapped still mentally in that system in order to see what our moves are or a difference in what they're talking about and everything else. We just don't see it. Yeah, I mean, when we talk about watching news and stuff, I am a sports fanatic. I'm telling you, if it's a competition, I love it. But I don't sit around watching it all day. Sometimes just keeping up with the highlights is enough for me. I don't sit around watching it all day, but I love sports. So it's not watching the news. It's how you watch. It's how you listen. It's what you're watching and listening to that makes the difference. Not just to cut the news off, to me, it doesn't make sense to just cut the news out of your life altogether. You need a certain semblance of that inside your life. But now, how does it all pertain to you? That's where we're talking about. And so for the people, this republic must fall because a kingdom divided against itself can't fail. So listen, even for what we're doing, we're not tearing down the United States. We don't make war. We do for ourselves, and we let the chips fall where they may. We just do for ourselves. This isn't about anybody falling, this system falling, that system falling. It's not about none of that. It is about us coming up, but it isn't about anybody or anything falling. That it takes too much time to talk about them falling. And that time we could have spent building us up. And Camilla is not gonna win. I know that, Side Star. See, you and I know that, right? Sister Akshita know that. Our millions of Side Stars that we're talking to about who they are, they down with Camilla. They got Superman Camilla posters and everything, Superwoman Camilla posters and everything. They are sold on this thing. And this is where their attentions until November are going to go. And see, we sitting on the outside, we looking in, right? If we know that this is where their attentions are going to go and we need to secure their attentions to build our world, then what is it that we say and do in order to make that happen? Then after Trump gets in office, oh, believe it, they already shot at him. I can see like January, February, March. Listen to me. Study history. You'll see that armies always go to war in March, April, May, June through the summer, right? And then around October, they chill. So guess what? After Trump wins next March, April, you're going to see a whole bunch of protests in the street again. People are going to be protesting in the street. They're going to follow the same pattern. And this is what we're getting, you and I are getting ready to see. And this is the type of action that brings across martial law, Project 2025. Y'all see it. And so let's say Trump, because I heard Trump people say he's not with 2025. So let's say he's not. Just the mere fact that somebody is with it means that as things get bad, hey, we can reach back and pull this out. So the fact that Trump said he's not with it, that don't mean nothing to me. If you need it 9 months from now, it's coming out. And it will be used as you see it written. Oh, well, look, they got something against African American. They don't exist to me. So the fact that they have it up there, it's like, here they go making stuff up again. Trump did say fake news, right? I can't worry about that. And this is like, when we put our documents together, we're telling y'all these type of terms will not be accepted. And if you go out behind the term and do or say something, that's tyranny. That's treacherous to us. That's how we're gonna see it. And I'm trying to be honest with it, because even you might not get a response from everybody the way you'll get it from me. And I'm not talking about putting my hands on you and all that, but I am talking about my response. You won't like it. Who's he to talk to me like that? And that's what I'm telling you, remind you, I said I was Caesar. That's who I said I was. And before you went over there, we laid the rules in the line. We drew the line in the sand, and you went over there and went against it to get what? $1? I yield the floor. Oh, and we've been snacking out during this time, and I'm about to eat, so let's have fun.
good. I probably need to go and eat myself. I made some baked potatoes with some stew meat with mushrooms and onions and some green beans. You on mute, but sound like look like you said that sounds good. But when it comes to enjoy your first of all, enjoy your food, enjoy your meal, and anyone else who's eating out there, enjoy your meal. Uh, but when it comes to like watching the news and everything, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I keep some sense of the news in my experience. Uh, and follow some certain things that's going on, that way I am present. I'm here, because even though I feel how I feel about it, uh, that doesn't change the fact that the people that we're speaking to are captured inside of that information. It affects us all. And so I get it, and yes, I do. But when I watch the news, when I watch the news, I find myself arguing, not arguing, but fussing at the TV, like they can hear me. Yes, I talk to the TV when I watch news. I be like, now that's not right, or they lying, or you know what I'm saying, or when I watch it, it makes me go on this whole path of research information. One thing leads to another thing, and I just go deep with it. So sometimes I have to pull myself out of it because I am a self-proclaimed conspiracy theorist. I will calculate and put puzzles together. I am Detective Akshita on the case. Okay, I'm going to find the answer to whatever it is that I'm thinking or feeling or where I'm swayed to pay attention to. And I think this is one of the other things that you wanted to get into previously, as to how I came into the study and research of um, some information. And what was that information exactly?
A seriologist.
Oh, yeah, and a seriologist. Now, what is that? Okay, so I was watching Tubi, and every so often I go on Tubi, because I feel like you can learn anything, anywhere, at any time, as long as your eyes are open and you're paying attention. So I'm looking for a movie, and I scroll down. So I'll go into the search, click, and then when you search something, all the options come up, and it be things that you didn't think about that will show up. So this movie from like 1919 showed up for this movie was, what was the name of this movie? I sent it to you, Elia, and I don't remember. It's been some time. But I'm gonna be looking for it while I'm continuing with the story. But I the first 5 seconds of the movie, it's a silent movie, and everything is written in this movie, and you have to read. And I was like, oh, I know I'm not gonna watch this. But I was like, a seriologist. I was like, wait a minute, what is that? So I went into research to find out what that was. And apparently Sunstar Elyar found that information to be interesting, and I'm trying to find that information because there's been so much communication and how things have been going. But it's been storming here really bad, so y'all about to hear some sirens and things. Okay, so the
I
movie
hope
was
everyone
called,
in Texas is okay. Peace and blessings to Texas.
yes, they having some storms in Texas. See, I haven't been watching the news. So okay, so this movie was called The Fall of Babylon in 1919. So in the first uh 30 seconds of it, it says of this picture, Reverend A.H. Sayce of the British Museum. Let me make this bigger. Of the British Museum, the world's leading Assyriologist, writes, these Babylonian scenes are magnificent and true to facts. I do not think anything comparable to it has ever been staged before. And so this movie is a silent picture. It's a very old picture. So, this is the time where they begin to recreate the narrative of the Assyrian people and what they look like. So now when we search up in this day and age, in the year that we know as 2024 right now, if we look up any information about and what Assyria or Assyrian, which is also connected to Mesopotamia, and they changed the names of these things when and then they changed the looks of the people, so we would never identify to that time in that period of time and how we existed as a people. So we in creation of the Empire of Nubia are the Nubian people who are the ascendants of the Assyrian people, which was a global people. That anywhere there was a creation of anything, it was of these people. And so that's how I see it. So I sent this, and so this sent me into a whole frenzy of researching information and finding out they have a whole museum and layout, and they offered this course in this field of study at Oxford. Now, Oxford University is one of the universities that holds a lot of historical data, and I don't see in astro a series a Assyriologist anywhere. I've never heard the term before that anyone actually studied. So if they created a whole field of study for a group of people, that should be key of knowing that the Assyrian people were the beginning of understanding human biology and the habitat of the human species and where things started from, and how Assyriology is connected to anthropology and sociology and all these different things. That would be the higher study of all those what's the word I'm looking for, majors or topics or of study or whatnot.
I just call them ologies.
Yeah, basically the ologies. So yeah, so anyway, there's a lot of so Oxford has a handbook of African American citizenship in 1865 to present. It says when newly liberated African American slaves attempted to enter the marketplace and exercise their rights as citizens of the United States. uh that's just a I don't have the whole thing of what it was saying there. I could find it, but nonetheless, Oxford holds information on historical data that we can go research or look through to find answers to why we carry on and move forward in the belief system that we do, and why it is important to not call yourself Black or African American, because it takes you away from anything pertaining to what is real. I yield the floor.
You know, it took me years to realize I was never ugly. I was just dark skinned. And I was tortured so badly because of it. And I was made to believe that one equaled the other, but it doesn't. I don't know why it took me so long to like come to that realization, but I'm glad that I finally did.
Now, first off, I'm going to say it. Call me a toxic male all you want. That sister beautiful. She is gorgeous. She is movie star beautiful. She didn't like herself? You blind? You don't see what the rest of us see in the mirror? But something about your dark skin made you not like you? So let's go back and forth. So you mean to tell me all that time I was in love with you, you didn't love yourself? I'm gonna let that go though, because I'm looking on a deeper of the side stars not liking themselves for a whole bunch of reasons. And like the dark skin part is like it's converged on you. Then it's everything else. And in a lot of cases, I don't think light-skinned sisters can talk about what dark-skinned sisters have gone through existing here and dealing with all this. I don't think the relation will come up because, I mean, see, I got voices in my head like maybe y'all don't understand. One afternoon, this brother came to me, one of my good friends, and he said, the way he was talking to me, I didn't understand. He said, you know, you one of them light-skinned pretty niggas. Light-skinned pretty nigga? What's that supposed to mean? Well, I'm one of them short, dark-skinned, ugly niggas. How you put all that together? Because see, I came up in the Nation of Islam, and all that time, everybody was running around talking about black is beautiful. We was running around talking about black power. If I didn't love me so much, if I wasn't such an arrogant me, I would be jealous of your dark skin. What do you mean in your statements right now about a short, dark, ugly? The short, dark people were Twas. The Twas were the real kings of the earth and stuff like that. All the short people. My people today don't like their dark skin and don't like the presence of themselves. What is wrong with us? And we don't see that it is the social relationship that is put with black that makes it that way. That pretty sister would sit there and say she didn't like herself. She thought she was ugly because of her dark skin. Now, when you talk about something that makes you emotional, breaks your heart, stops you from moving, stops you from thinking for a second, that's what that does to me. Statements like that from people and from my side stars especially, that you don't like yourself and then say because of your dark skin. There's a whole social problem here that needs to be executed. But I take her one problem and I say, my side stars have such issues about themselves that only they themselves can relate to and only they themselves can fix. A man being in the middle of it, he gonna get his feelings hurt, probably hurt her feelings. A man trying to think he can fix those feelings, he's going to end up getting himself hurt or end up hurting her. The only person who can fix it are two side stars. 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 side stars can fix each other. Whereas men will only interfere. And then for a particular woman, a man may be able to come through and build her up in confidence and stuff. But there's still a part of that woman he'll never understand because he's not a woman. And we gotta that's why you have a mother and a father. He is not, she is not. So trying to work it out with the other one. But to have this side star finally say that out loud in public kind of makes me sad to hear her say it for herself, but it makes me feel good as a man. Because I've been saying this for years. And that's the other thing. That when you talk about prophecy, things said, so like when we talking on this level, right? Let's just be honest. I'm 300 years ahead of everybody else by the way I talk about it and the way I live it. I'm 300 years ahead. Everybody else hears it and they think like, it is new, but they think like, oh, he's talking about he's Caesar, he's trying to bully it. No, I'm already living it. I'm already doing it. And I'm telling you to come over here and try it out. I'm already doing it. I'm not going to stop. So if I'm like when I was a child, there were certain things that in my head that when I grew up in 2015, my aunt confirmed it first, and then the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali confirmed it. Oh, but wait a minute. Just a few months ago, Owaspe came and confirmed some other thoughts in my head. But let me ask you something. If Owaspe and all of them are confirming my thoughts that I already had, because see, after I had the thought 3-4 years ago, I said, well, I think I'm right about that. Let me do ABC. Then time went by and I'm doing ABC. And by the time we bring it to you, I got to be doing D, E, and F. And by the time you really figure it out, I'm on GH. Well, whatever letters come next, GHI. I'm on the next set of letters. You're still on ABC. I don't expect you to understand where I'm at, but I don't expect you to argue with me about the letters that lead up to where I'm at. I'm gonna knock these things out. I don't need to hear things and see things 5 and 6 times before I get the message. I only need to see it once. I only need to hear it once. And the message is stuck. So everybody don't operate that. Cool. I'm not worried about that. But since everybody don't operate that way, and yesterday we all got this message, and you decided, for whatever reason you didn't. I did. See? So now when you come over here, no, operate here now. Oh, well, no, you don't. You know why? Because yesterday they told us to operate this way. I started operating that way last night before I even got here. So now I'm here. So now I'm in operation and everything is smooth. Now here you come, pick up where it benefits everybody. Don't take us back. No mortal man has no original thought in his head. Laugh out loud. We received it all as inspiration. So no mortal man has no original thought in his head. Did I have an original thought in my head ever? Okay, so he receives it all from inspiration. See, this is where our words, right? Yes, because I make board games. And then every one of them games, I can say I have an original thought. You see these? They allow me to have an original thought when it comes to my games. And then we got introduced to a new way to use a 52, 54 deck of cards. And guess what? A game. And the tarot cards, a game. These are original thoughts. They are inspired, but the thought is original. That's how I get a copyright or a patent for it. I try to be careful because I'm not trying to be a smart behind, and I'm not trying, but you have to qualify what you mean by no man has an original thought in his head. Because if it's a new thing, it's original. If I show something and nobody else can show it, it's original. Yes, inspired, but it's still an original thought. We all see. I don't know, and I'm not saying nothing against how other people grew up. I can only speak on how I grew up. My mother did not play with words. In fact, my mother did play with words. Saturday, we run around the house. It's raining and it's corny. I know the creator already knew it. And it's raining outside. We can't get outside. My mother sit you to the table and say, who could write the most words with an ing ending? Oh, okay, now do ed. Okay, then my mother give you a big word, and you got to make a whole bunch of little words out of it. And you got anybody who has the same word, you scratch them off. Whoever has the most word. I love them games. My mother take us to the store. Everybody's getting something. I get one of them puzzle books, with all the crossword puzzles and stuff in them, and the fine words and stuff like that, and the numbers and stuff like that. Me and my cousins used to sit around and compete in the dictionary for new words. I had 2 cousins I used to do that with. Compete with each other for new words, and you have to be able to use it in a sentence, say it, spell it, say it. You had to use it in a sentence, all of that. This was our pastime. We did this for fun. So as we grow older and we keep accumulating these words, and then start finding out that some of these words ain't even words, or they have such connotations to them that I don't have a sister. I never had a sister in my life. I never had a brother in my life. I had some side stars and sun stars, but I ain't never had a brother in my life. I've never had a man who was boiling in a pot showing action. I've never had that. So I've never had a brother. That's the actual definition of brother. But we don't know that because we're just accepting what somebody else gave us. They gave us a square and a circle ball and told us that the circle ball will fit in that square. And none of us have decided to chisel the ball to get it inside the square to make it fit. I'm the chiseler. I'm going to sit there and I'll scrape every ball until it fits inside the square because this is what it was meant to do. As long as that ball don't fit in the square, we ain't doing nothing. This is why we go by law. Not to be mean to people, not to be in charge, not to be telling nobody what to do. We are explaining the law and then we living by the law. And we invite you to do the same thing because 30 years from now, I wouldn't want to hear this from none of our babies. That was sad. I yield the floor.
Okay, the video of the woman resonated with me very deeply. Can you hear me? Okay. It resonated with me deeply because I too had low self-esteem. I didn't like the way I looked. I actually wanted to be darker. I wanted to be dark skinned. And I never agreed with anyone who spoke against darker complected people because my mother is dark complected. So how could I not love the dark skin? And so I would put baby oil on and go sit out in the sun and burn up. My skin be peeling, everything, because I was so light. And so I never got darker, only golden. And I learned to begin in time to accept my golden hue as a gift rather than a curse. And so I came from darkness, like this, and I have always treasured the beauty of dark complected people. My mother's dark skin. But as a woman outside of, okay, well, not even, let's stick to that for a second, because I've spoke on this before as well. Light-skinned women think that they have one up on dark-skinned women, or they've been groomed to have this thought process that if you're light-skinned, you automatically cute, and that ain't true. That is not true. You don't get no free pass because you light-skinned. So you don't get to think that you're above or greater because your complexion is lighter than someone else's. And yes, we're all shades of beautiful, and that is the beauty in us, that we're so different. And if we would just appreciate ourselves, we wouldn't be looking at what someone else has. And like you like to say, y'all, coveting on what someone else has, even when it comes to looks and appearance and things. What's going on to the Messiah Code? Ucha to the tribe. How are you? Yes, indeed. Always in divine time. Yeah. Lazarus Lamel in the building. Boom. Blowing up bombs in the organic way. So yes, welcome. What is going on? And how you been doing? I know you busy. He out here writing books, and love you too. He out here writing books and getting all these things going, and continuing on the journey and the path in which he set forward in, and not allowing anything to deter him from that path. And I'm so very proud of you. I know you still at work, so when you on the grind and when you hustling, that's just what it is. That's the time for that. So what's that song I got? Hustle and grinding. Let's play a song real quick. Welcome, Lazarus. Hey, look. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night skies are like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now. That airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now. A wish right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars? Working 9 to 5, hustling hard, I'm on my grind. Working hard to stay alive, wanna thrive, not just survive. Live long with a peace of mind, won't let you waste my time. Hustle hard, grind smarter, working day and night. Opportunities knocking, my energy rocking. Ain't no doors locking, we building up what's poppin'. Hustling and grinding. Hustle and grinding. Can we pretend that airplanes in the sky? That airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now. A wish right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in night skies are like shooting stars? I can really use a wish right now. Coming from humble beginnings now, reaching for the stars. I don't care who sees the struggle, I'm tired of hiding my scars. Hustle and grinding. Here I stand as a product of my grind. To the top of the mountain I will climb. Success will divinely align with the path of least resistance. Coasting through the air, taking flight in the fight for life. Stargazing, looking at my own reflection in the mirror. In a clean state, it's time to elevate like a shooting star. Stargazing.
Airplanes and night skies are like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now.
I'm stargazing.
Airplanes and night
on my hustle and grind. Watch me shine.
right now.
I'm stargazing. Hustle and grind. Watch me shine. Success will be mine. It's heavenly and divine. I can really use a wish right now. Airplanes in the night skies. Hustle and grind. Hustle and grind. Okay. So yes, while you on your hustle and grind and out there working and doing all your work in divine time, stay motivated and encouraged and empowered to know that the journey that you set forth to be on is everything that you are having to do to get there. So never forget your reason for doing it, so you never quit and give up. And I know you already know this, but somebody needed to hear that. So I just wanted to also add, right, the use of new words. You had said something about words when you were speaking, and I wanted to add to that, but after the song now, I'm like, I don't even know what I wanted to say no more. I should have said it before. But when he said he was out there working, I already know he on his grind, and that's a hustle. And so I was like, immediately, let's go ahead and play something, you know what I'm saying, to kind of keep that vibe in the air, because I know what it feels like to be on that hustle and that grind, you know, and that's where that energy, that's the energy in that song. So nonetheless, oh, and can we talk about music for a minute? Okay. So when I first got into recording, Lazarus and Jamar sent me my first beats. First I tried, hey Lazarus, you remember when I made my own beat? It's a grand rising with Akshita V. You remember that? It's a grand rising. Okay, so I created my own beat, and I had that little flow going with it, and that was supposed to be, like, in my mind when I created it, it was supposed to be my theme song to coming into, you know what I'm saying, doing my live video. So I have been working on this. This was back in 2019, 2018, 2019, something, one of them. And so thank you. And good. He said he needed to hear that. And so yeah, so when I got deeper into thinking, you know what, hey, I'm finna get serious about trying to you know, make music. Lazarus, like, you know how to, cause I was just sending straight, just no backup, no nothing. It was just like straight, just raw. And he was like, you gotta learn how to stack it. And so he's the reason, from that advice right there, is why I stack my music the way that I stack it. And I feel like I have perfected, you know, my skill with that. So he trying to get back on the Trump, talking about Trump puppet or Kamala puppet. Well, you want to know my thoughts on whether Trump or Kamala gets elected? Because there's floods out here. It rained today, and anytime it rains, this is what they call the monsoon season. So when it rains, it's like it dumps straight out the sky, and it floods almost immediately. And so okay, so this is what he wants to know. And Elia spoke on this a little earlier, but I didn't really give an opinion because he pretty much said what was right and understood. So I do agree with the fact that, okay, so in general, I do agree with the fact that Kamala Harris would be used as a American Idol for what we see and recognize as a quote unquote black woman in the era, in the time, in the rise of the matriarch, where women are beginning to self-identify and to take on or take serious their role as a mother in their household, and not so concerned about working or having so much money, because times have changed since the quarantine. I couldn't remember the name of that to save my life at some point, but I remember now. I had the time of the quarantine when everybody was at home, and they didn't even have to have nobody out on the street because nobody was driving around. I was the one driving around seeing that nobody was outside. Like, everything is really shut down, but you could still order food, and your essential workers were food delivery people like myself at the time, who I used to do Postmates, and Postmates has now been bought out by Uber Eats and whatnot. So I was out there working during that time and seeing the change and everything. So I do believe that this is all I staged. It's soap. It's like a soap opera. See, this is what they call soap operas. And why do they call them soap operas? Because all the scenes are staged. That's the S of soap. They're orchestrated. They all the people hired and get in your positions. It's activated. Action. The cameras are rolling. Present. Soap. Staged, orchestrated, activated, and presented events that are put forth towards an agenda to push propaganda. And the propaganda is to cover up anything dealing with what is truly going on, because the people of America have been freed and they don't even know it. They're fighting to get back into slavery. There's no one in the White House. There's not been a president since Trump. So Trump is still really not running. They're holding an election to for Trump to, so they can exhaust him of his time, because they can't deny him another 4 years, and that's the point. And people looking at it like Trump know what he's doing, because guess what? If it wasn't for Trump and what Trump and yes, everything is scripted. And if it wasn't for Trump putting in the work that he put in, because what? You come in, that's like any new boss. They come in and they start looking at the broken pieces. They start looking at the dead weight, and then they begin to remove people and bring new ideology in. And that's what Trump did. And what Trump did was he ignited we the people, the republic, the true republic. And that's who stormed the White House, because they had every right to do so. And why the military couldn't come in and stop that? Why the police department couldn't come in and stop that? Because they were not authorized to do so, because the District of Columbia is not a state. It's not a state. It is a corporation, and they treated it as such. You handle your own business. So what has the White House, what have DC went and done? DC has went and gone and created a police department. Hang on just 1 minute, because I'm finna show you that I seen this. And it was like, oh my goodness. Okay, so see, I find information like this and I just let it kind of sit, and I don't do nothing with it. I don't talk about it. But I pay attention to certain things because I pay attention for purposes of finding how to navigate through the corruption so we can unite and do what it is that we have intended to do. Nation build a nation, so we can do just what Elia was speaking on earlier. Create our documents, which we have already begun. We've already started. We have our seals. We have everything. We have done everything to establish ourselves as any other moving entity operating on this land. We have a flag. We just need to get it formed. Okay, so I'm looking for Washington, DC police. No. White House. Police. Formation. Let's see.
I got Arsenal. I haven't pulled out yet. I keep it sitting to the side, just waiting for the opportunity. I love that. You're muted.
I was saying, yeah, I yield the floor because I'm looking for this information because I want to find this. So you go ahead and take it away.
So in that question of Trump and Kamala Harris, now I'm being facetious. I'm gonna do some of the stuff that I see other people doing. Great question. Thank you for asking. I love it. Okay, so when I think about this, I think about our nation that we're building, and I know we want to do trade. I want to trade with Republicans. That's the only thing I can say about it. I don't want to trade with Democrats. And not that I wouldn't, because I would have to, right? But trading with Democrats would be dang near like selling your soul to these people. And I'm not selling my soul. And I'm not joining up for no socialist programs. Hey, I believe in capitalism. For all the stuff I talk, y'all might not understand it. I told y'all I'm double standard. I love capitalism. I don't think we need to do it to a slavery and destroying the land and water and stuff. Nah, and that's too much. But I love the idea of capitalism. I have said I like gambling. I love gambling. I love sports. I love all of that kind of action and stuff like it. See what I'm saying? I like to move. That kind of stuff is moving for me and just going. I have that spirit. You know what I'm saying? If this was back in the day, I would own like 5 or 6 ships. I would have them ported in different places, and I'd be going back and forth every day on the ocean doing my thing. So this is the type of person that I am. So I am into capitalism. And Trump, right now, to everybody who's trying to do something, Trump is the one we could count on. Fix this United States and whatever other country mess he's going to fix, and then fix us in the middle, because it's all about making a deal. That's all this is about. is making a deal, and we haven't put ourselves on the table yet. So I choose Trump over Kamala Harris because of his party, not for any other reason than his party. I choose Trump over her. I will suggest y'all look into getting a service mark SM, a service mark. Who would be giving us a service mark? And for what reason are they giving us a service mark? That might be something. I've heard that before. I'm confused by it, but I've heard that before. Why would I and when it comes to, like, we're not looking for the United States to say, oh, okay, y'all are a nation, y'all your own people. We're not looking for that. We are telling them we're a nation. They ain't got to approve. They ain't even got to care. We don't care if they don't care. We told you, we put you on notice. We are a nation. Now we have to be treated as one, according to all the international laws. Once we tell you, you have to treat us as our own nation. So, and that's factual law that I know. And if you want that information, you can get it too. It's not hidden. A trademark? You know what? So as we form ourselves, right? These things about patents, trademarks, copyright, all of those things should be coming from us, through us. We just need somebody who would say they'll set up a copyright office. Like, I'll set up a copyright and patent office, and then we talk about how we start utilizing your services to sign our patents up with you, our copyrights with you. The Vatican did not get rich until they founded the United States, and they started sending documents over. They got rich off documents. It wasn't even so much of the gold. These people got rich off paper about me and you. Me and you can't be rich off the same stuff? Something wrong. Have you found what you was looking for?
No, I gave up because that isn't even what we was talking about. So
No, but that was a good place to go based upon what we were talking about.
it was, but I don't know how to word what I'm looking for, and my brain is under pressure looking for it, and so I'm not able to really get the right guidance that I need in order to find what it is that I'm looking for. So I will have to find that and keep
It'll
it
come back.
somewhere. Yeah, and then I'll show it when I do come up with it. I'll share it with you. Uh, and whatever. So, yeah, no, but I did not find it, and that would have been a nice place. But yeah, so they have created some type of a metropolitan police force in that area now, covering the White House, because they had not been able to protect it during that January 6th, right? And so, nonetheless, Kamala Harris is well known for her position in the court system with drug cases and things like that, and not changing the laws, but enforcing the corruption, uh, with people having to serve time for something that is now legal, and not taking a stance to say, okay, let's fight to overturn some of those cases and release people. But that's not how it's being operated. So I don't trust her personally. I don't stand with her. um I'm not. Someone had. I read something somewhere. I can't remember who wrote it, or who shared it, and it might be yeah. Uh, how the Simpsons prediction. Who put that? The, wasn't you okay? So the Simpsons predictions haven't failed us yet. Basically, everything that has taken place and happened was shown on the Simpsons first, and if we go back and watch those old episodes, it was already there, you know. And so wasn't that you talking about on the video with cousin Moshe the other day? You had mentioned a commercial, no, a comic that you had read, and in that comic, one, they were the names of these drugs, and you summed it all up to say they sent a message through the comic. It's right in our face, and if we don't know what we're looking at, see, the news isn't gonna tell you that. You have to be inquisitive, and you have to be open and receptive to signs and symbols that lead you into further study and research for a reason, because it's already something in you that is alerted by certain things. So you have to pay attention to it. And why you have to pay attention to it? So you can go on this crazy search and research down this rabbit hole until you look around and you still don't know anything. But what you know is what you've already looked at, and now you got to link everything in together to make it make sense to what was really, and it may not even be for that time, but you have it in your database. And when you do get to the point to where you have to use it, it's like you have a new tool. Information becomes a tool, a key, and information becomes a key. When you get to the door that you don't know is coming, then you're like, oh, that's why that makes sense because of this. I'm going to use this to get in here. And then you go in there and then you enter into a whole new realm of existence of something that you had already created for being steadfast and continuous on your path. Now, back to Kamala Harris. I don't think she'll be elected. And I'm not voting. I don't vote anyway. The last time I voted was for Obama. And the only reason I was excited about voting was because of the color of his skin. And I know how petty that may be, but I just wanted so bad for the people to see whatever it was that they were going to see with this man at the White House, knowing doggone well that he never claimed to be black. I yield.
It wasn't that voting for Obama was racist, but it wasn't petty. I voted for Obama for the same reason, because of skin color. Wasn't no other choice. This is why I tell people, you don't got to be rich to be racist. Just let something happen because of the skin color. That's racist right there without all the other stuff. Because you got to remember, everybody's not rich. So there are Caucasian people who would be extra racist more than a rich person, but because they don't have money for the power, you can't call them racist. Nah, they're racist. And just because you don't have money and you're not rich and you don't control, if all you're doing is standing up for your skin color, that's racism, especially when your skin color wrong. And so, that's one of those fine edge things, double-edged swords that we have to balance with inside of our lives in order for us to be the righteous people that we claim to be. But this the Trump thing, the last thing I did Because I voted for Trump because of skin, Obama because of skin color. But the last thing I did as a United States citizen, under the thought that I was Black and African American, the last thing I did to help us was to vote for Trump in 2016. And I'm gonna tell you, you are some of the most ungrateful people you ever want to see in your life, because everybody called to it I was crazy. They called me a hater. They said I didn't like myself. I didn't like my kind of people. I was a sellout. I was everything except the child of God for voting for Trump. And now in 2024, I love y'all. Now everybody want to vote for Trump, talk about Trump, right? But in 2016, and I'm not bitter about it. I'm not upset. I don't even care because I don't vote anymore. So, but I knew that that was going to be my last move. So I voted for Trump because of what he was promising to the people. And like, I can't even remember the stuff that he said back then, but there was just too many things that he was hitting on as far as work. This needs to happen. That needs, I'm ready to, my administration is ready to welcome any other community that is out there and want it. And when he said that, I knew he was talking to us. My administration is ready to meet any other. He was talking to us. Then when you go back to us, inshallah, Prophet Jesus, God don't want us over there with you and this one and that. But Trump said they're ready to meet. But if you're not doing it this way at this hour with this group of people facing in this direction, we're not going to work with you. How sad. But you can all walk around with United States ID in your pocket. That's what that part. If I did have any, that part really incenses me. The same thing you're doing under the United States, we're telling you come do it over here with us. The same thing. We're not trying to stop you from enjoying you, but you can't even enjoy you, Black people. You don't even know who you are. So we're not harming or looking to harm anybody. We're looking to elevate all of us. You have to want to take that on for yourself, that elevation. Because once you start it, you can't go back. You can't come back and tell us, oh, well, they was down there and they was giving out XYZ. So they just said just for this time, sign on as Black so it goes quicker, because that, and then you signed on, you're back to Black. Your whole process got to be started over again because of one stinking document, just because you wanted some extra potatoes, onions, and eggs inside of your basket today. We all get one egg, we all get one potato, we all get one onion. You're gonna sign on for Black to get 2 eggs, 2 onions, and 2 potatoes. Then a month from now, remember the house Negro and the field Negro? A month from now, you'll be the house Negro. Guaranteed. I yield the floor.
Wow. That was a lot. It's I don't know. I I get lost for words because I don't understand why we have to continue uh with this same thing, but if we don't, then what's the point of ever starting what we have begun? You know what I'm saying? And once we, and that's just like you saying, you can't go back because one, you can't come back. You can go back, but you can't come back the same way you left because yes, it's a recycle of, and that's just like when you're going through treatment. I'm sure people can understand treatment and going through maybe NA or AA or celebrate life and or recovery life, celebrate recovery. And so anyway, when you go back out and use again, you have to come back in and pick up that 30-day chip again. No matter how many chips you have picked up before, you still got to pick up that 30-day chip again. If you're being honest with yourself, if you're walking in truth, and if you're really willing to go through the process of being the change that you want to see. Greetings to Daryl Cosmon is in the building. Shout out to the Faithers of Owaspe and all the knowledge that they bring and everything. So indeed, we get to a stage in life where it is inevitable if you are in alignment with if you're in alignment with the shifts on the planet within the universe, if you have aligned your centered your kundalini and has allowed your crown to be open to the universal message. And those who are connected to the universal message always come together and unify at the same in divine time. But we be going through things, so when we present ourselves again, our presentation is in alignment with the other presentation, even though it may be from a different perspective or angle. We can still identify with the sound, frequency, and vibration of the message. And so that's what happens when you're connected to your universal umbilical cord. So I know you want to greet the bro star or sun star coming in reference to
peace and love, brother Cosmo.
yeah.
Good seeing you tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Know how you do. Thank you for the other Thursday. Yes, sir. There will be a part 2 coming on. So we did see that. That'll be lined up. Definitely. Let's stay in touch with each other. Let's make it happen again. Thank you.
All right. So indeed. Okay. So where we going? Let's hear some music real quick. Let's get some music going. Okay. So what are we talking
and if
about?
anybody has a band lab, can you put it in the comments, and then we can all link our band labs up together?
Now, for real, because we could do a nice collaboration and present ourselves as a collective. That would be nice. You speak your piece, we speak our piece, or do our piece in action, because everyone is not skilled and gifted in the same areas. So we can use our gifts, talents, and abilities and skills to make music, rhythm, and harmony together. And if we can sound good together in that way, we can sound good in the same across the board, because we have a common ground. So here, this is what is this? Self-inventory. I am alive, now it's time to thrive. Empowerment in the middle. Found my own voice. Found my own voice to exercise, recognize, and realize. Take a look at yourself. Do a self-inventory. Take a look at yourself. I am. Take a look at yourself. Self-inventory. Take a look at yourself. rising from ashes from within my soul. I am a victor of my own master plan as I journey within the new era begins. I am a warrior on a quest where my dreams and my desires will blend to find a better way. I can feel the new light rising from within. In my own reflection, I find the power to win. Take a look at yourself. Do a self-inventory. Take a look at yourself. Take a look at yourself. Self-inventory. I am. Take a look at yourself. Take a look at yourself. Do a self-inventory. Take a look at yourself. I am. I am the sum of all my battles, unselfishly rising up high like a brand new morning sky. I'm getting closer every day. I can feel burning inside. It can't be denied. I'm rising beyond this worldly sky. I am the answer as I hear the calling from inside. I'm embracing all my flaws, finding strength in the scars I hide. Sometimes I feel so paralyzed. Take a look at yourself. Take a look at yourself. Do a self-inventory. Take a look at yourself. Take a look at yourself. Do a self-inventory. I am. Take a look at yourself. I am alive. It's time to thrive. I'm being called to rise up to win. Unlocking the potential. There's nothing to hide. I'm on the other side. I am the one. I will never die. Fear no longer in my mind. I'm taking wide strides. Finding myself.
Islamism. So you see, brother Lazarus, he said, great concept. I'm telling you, that is the key to the music. It's the concept. It ain't even all the words. It's just the concept. Where did it start? Where did you come from to bring all the rest of this out? And that right there is making music. That right there is making an entertainment piece. When you that original, because like I said, I don't know why the past few weeks I've been seeing videos in my head. Now in that particular one, like being a father, I would expect to walk past my daughter's room at 11, 16, and she has a song like that on because, you know, whatever is going through the family and stuff and out in the streets and school, this is her song right now that's picking her up and making her feel good about herself and making her think about things. And so that's the type of video that I see where like the father walks up, sees his daughter sitting there looking in the mirror, but her brain is on herself and she's inventorying herself and thinking about, but the father does see her growing up through all whatever it was that they was going through. So
that's just beautiful. No, that is a great idea, and to go along with the concept, because okay, so the idea behind Akshita style poetry frequency flow is that every song has a story, and it marks and indicates a certain milestone or battle that I have overcome. So I actually was inspired through step 4 in Celebrate Recovery. I had started attending these meetings with people that didn't just have drug and alcohol problems. They were dealing with it deals with people dealing with anxiety or depression or suicidal ideations, anything uh, anything that you could need a support group for, that you don't even realize you need a support group for. You can go to a Celebrate Recovery meeting, and
find people who can identify with those weird little quirks that we all have that doesn't make sense to us, but then you get into a room full of people who have those same little quirks about themselves that they're trying to understand, and you start picking up pieces of the puzzle to put yourself back together again. And so, step four is all about doing a self inventory and having the courage to be honest with yourself. And so, I wrote that song uh, to represent what I was receiving through Celebrate Recovery. So, yeah, that's what that was all about.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. We appreciate the work and the concept coming together and coming out the way it did.
Thank
You're
you.
the feminine Tupac. You just give you a beat and that paper get filled.
I just write a story. It's got to be true. If it ain't true, I can't. I can't do nothing with it. Much love, much respect. I can't
Tupac
do.
Tupac said something about niggas that don't rhyme right watch too many movies. He said something like that on his song.
Okay, I don't know that verse, but yeah, but yeah. But no, for real. Cause if you watching movies, you ain't watching yourself. You're not. My life is the movie. Oh, you just can't tell me that one day there's not gonna be a whole cinema depiction of Akshita Veda, El Christina. You can't convince me that it ain't gonna be no movie about me. My life is a movie. You got to see it in a movie to believe it. You could and it you got to see it to believe it. 'Cause I could tell you anything, you won't believe me, but if you see it, and we can create, and we in the midst of creating our story. You know what I'm saying? That's why I have a habit of writing people's names down, because I don't ever want anyone to be insignificant. You know, so many times as I have grown in this world, I've seen the good people that do the greatest deeds go unnoticed. I had to be a person of great deeds done wrong and not acknowledged. I had to know what that felt like. I also had to know what it felt like to be acknowledged, because you know, before they turn their back on you, they show you, they have to reveal to you that they see the greatness in you. And then it's that green-eyed little devil that come out, envy and jealousy. And if you don't get away from them, they'll probably kill you over something petty. And 9 times out of 10, it's somebody that's been watching and paying attention and use that and manipulate it to get it done for a come up, or you know what I'm saying. You never know what people aim is and what they think they're gonna get for getting you out the way. But nonetheless, the point of the matter is we don't involve ourselves in that type of action or that type of behavior. But it is important to acknowledge that that type of energy does exist, and we have overcome many situations of near death situations dealing with people on this internet. You got to be cautious as to who you're dealing with. So especially when you talk about going to meet people, I done been from East Coast to the West Coast meeting people, but I only went where I was guided to go, and I was protected the whole way through. So I wouldn't ever put myself or my daughters in unsafe situations, uh, but unfamiliar territories we did navigate through. Uh, and so it was a journey. And during these journeys, as a matter of fact, it was the Messiah code that was a light to the path. And it all it took was a call through the network. So the network is real. And as long as you speaking the truth and you are not hurting people, people will trust you. And that's the time that we're in. We're in a time of trust, having blind faith, believing what you cannot see. That is one of the biggest lessons of the journey here, is to believe what I cannot see, and to uh, have faith that what is for me will be for me. We work for each other, and that's how it's supposed to be. Instead of looking for uh, some type of currency, we are the currency. We are the movement, the motion. You know, we're making things happen through action. And so if I had just went into my shell and not talked about what was going on, or had the spiritual family to lean on, I would have been lost. I have no idea. But that wasn't what happened. So I'm grateful for the relationships that have been built uh, through this time. And I'm grateful for the relationships that are yet to be built, because of the strong foundation that we are setting here. You know, this is a another pillar, a new wave of thinking with El Yagar. This becomes another pillar to the foundation that we've all created or have brought together, like pieces of the puzzle that fit together, and it's unbreakable, it's unmovable, because they're in grooves. So yeah, um we have work to do, and we're at work every single day. My life is work. There is no time I'm not working. Uh Even when it's just inside my home, I have to practice what I teach or speak. If I speak it, I have to be able to exhibit that without being prompted. And that's the best way to observe any situation, is without prior knowledge that you're in an observation. But I already know I'm in a test. Every day I wake up, I already know it's gonna be a test on how I handle my emotions. It's gonna be a test on how I handle uh my speech, what I allow to come into my mind, what I consume, what I eat, is going to be a challenge. And sometimes, you know what? Like today, for instance, I had every intention of making a smoothie, but there was no more bananas. And now, my brother is here. He likes the smoothies, and the banana taste in the smoothie. He was like, "This is the best smoothie I ever had." So I was like, "Okay, we gotta go get some more bananas." So, cause my daughter is also like, "No, for real, mama. the smoothie was good, you know, with that banana is just even better. So nonetheless, we go to the store to get the bananas. On the way back from the store, we stop at the QT because my daughter wants a slushie. And so we have been waiting for the banana cream slushie to be in service because it had not been working. Every time we go in there purposefully, on purpose for the slushy, it's not working. So today, my daughter was like, Mama, and she was like pointing, and she didn't even have to say anything. I was like, oh, you playing. So I had to go ahead and get me a little slushy. So that I hadn't eaten anything. And so I had been going to the pool. Today was day 2 of going to the pool. I'm trying something new. Because everything that I have get, I am living in recovery. I am a walking testimony of recovery at this moment and stage of my life. So I'm being gentle with myself, or I'm trying to. But in being gentle with myself, I'm not moving like I used to move, and I like to eat. So I got to move around. So I said, okay, let me go to the pool. Because in the pool, you weightless in the pool, you weigh nothing in the pool. So I'm in the pool, just I'm bouncing, I'm hopping, I'm skipping, I'm running from side to side. I'm even, swimming is a whole, all over body workout exercise. So I figure I would do myself justice if I'm gentle on myself and just go to the pool in the morning, early in the morning, and and bring in my day with some movement and it's all about it. It has nothing to do with body uh uh dysmorphia or anything like that. It has everything to do with my health. I want to be healthy. And in order for me to be healthy the way that I need to be, I have to lose some weight. Now, I maintain, but I'm not where I need to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm grateful for where I am, but I'm not where I need to be. So just that's what I've been going through and doing. So I'm on another journey. Okay, so not only am I on day 2 of pool aerobics or water aerobics, and I do my little yoga poses and stuff in there. I could do things like that in the water. So I'm just, having a good time. So I feel it when I get out though. But nonetheless, I'm healing. I'm also on day 26, I believe it's day 26 of sea moss tea. And I went through a period where I didn't know what was. I was like, man, but anytime you begin to change things and your body begins to heal, you go through a period of what's the word I'm looking for? The detox. So the detox phase, everything starts going out of whack and crazy. You know what I'm saying? Everything is out of whack. And so everything got out of whack for about a good week or two. And I was kind of like, in those times of detox, I had to even do research on this. Even in those times of detox, you have to allow yourself time to rest. So when you say that you're going to detox, have your time set aside for rest and allow yourself to do that. And don't feel bad about it. And see, I was feeling bad that I was resting. But I ain't have nothing else to do. That's the crazy part. But see, I will make myself busy when I need to be resting. So they say God will put you down when it's time for you to get some rest. And so that God being that, you know what that is. And so yeah, gotta stop chewing on them poor defenseless animals. Oh my goodness, the way she just said it. Ooh. Oh,
I left that alone until I knew you seen it.
and you're
I'm
right.
I love me some lamb.
Oh, lamb is so delicious. Look.
And I
Uh
picked that because she said poor defenseless, so I picked lamb. I love lamb.
okay, that is true. That is very much true. I agree with you. But you know what? It is sometimes I be planning meals, right? And then I'm be like, okay, something simple is fine, but then I'm always thinking there has to be a meat. So I'm learning how to use meat alternatives. And so some of the meat alternatives that I have found to be quite delicious are mushrooms. I can make a mushroom burger and it is so very delicious. Um, I love chopped mushrooms. I could put mushrooms and onions on everything. I just did mushrooms, just mushrooms. Yes, mushrooms. Mushrooms. Okay. So and onions. And so and also jackfruit and the one in the lime brine, that barbecue. No, I did not like that one. Oh my gosh, that was just too the everybody don't season their food the same way. I ain't like it. And also hearts of palm. Hearts of palm. It's like bamboo shoot almost, like the concept of what a bamboo shoot is, but it's the center part of a palm tree, the hearts of palm. And so it's they said, they do what they do to soften it, you know. And so by the time we get it out the can or whatever packaging, uh jackfruit pulled pork. Well, I don't like pork. I don't even like to think about pork. But yeah, that hearts of palm can give you the fish flavor and taste, or the texture of fish, and it is so good when you season it right and you fry it right. You cook it up, and I have learned to do that.
Well, I'm gonna say this: y'all shouldn't play with me when it comes to seafood. And like people be saying stuff tastes like chicken and stuff like okay, all right, but don't play with my fish and tell me something tastes like fish and then it don't taste like fish, and then because then I'll be mad about everything and I won't want to eat anything. If you tell me it tastes like fish, it should really taste like fish. If it doesn't, I'm gonna talk junk to you, boy. Shrimp, crab, lobster, and I know y'all don't eat it. Clams, I know you don't eat it. That's more for me. The more you don't eat, that's the more for me. And I love seafood. Look, all day seafood. Oh, come on, man. I just what I had tonight. 2 tuna fish sandwiches. I got some fish. I got some fish in the freezer. I want to clean up right now. I just don't. I feel like it, but I want. I'm ready to eat it, but I don't feel like cleaning it up. So yeah, don't play with it. Tell Palm. I'm gonna remember that too. Palm heart tastes like fish.
Hearts, hearts of palm.
Or I'm going to find some. And it's
Okay,
funny
so
you mentioned
now, You have to season it right. The trick is in the season as well. You gotta put some, if you want the fishy flavor, you gotta use they call them nori flakes. And that's all it is seaweed. So if you get one of them little seaweed packets and grind it up and sprinkle it and season it on the hearts of palm. Now I haven't done this, but I've watched so many videos. I I search the internet all the time for different ingredients and things that go together and alternatives to different things because I really don't want to eat meat anymore. And so I have all this walnuts in here. I just learned that you can make a walnut burger. I didn't know that. And guess what's always the binding um ingredient is a mushroom. Is always a binder. And then guess what they used in the recipe? Look, this is the type of stuff I like. Look, this what they put oatmeal. And I thought about it. Oatmeal is like a flour. You know, you can make a lot of things with oatmeal flour. It just takes some oatmeal and grind it up. And then you got oatmeal flour. So that's a binder. You know what I'm saying? To make things. So I'm gonna try those walnut burgers because they really did look good. And I have tried the walnut tacos and they were good. So I've tried but you want to know? I want to try pecans as a meat. That I think that would be good. Think about how pecans taste and how fleshy the meat of the pecan is, and if you just soak it and season it right, I believe the pecan would be a really good meat substitution.
Okay, so now here's where I get confused. I know what a pecan is because I eat raw legumes. You bust them out the shell, just straight eat them. So I do know what a pecan is. Now, all the pecans that I have seen, how are you going to cook it? Or see, it's not the Thanksgiving turkey when you talk about serving meat. So now we're having pecans this year. Who's going to carve it? It's just going to be a whole bunch of little cooked pecans, right? It's not. Is there a big pecan somewhere I don't know about? Did I miss something?
Uh, no, but I bet you it would make a good meatloaf, like ground beef. I bet it'd make a good burger. Yeah, you can grind it. Yeah, you have to grind it up. Can't grind pecans too much. They will make the burger mushy. You think so? Cause meat is mushy. You want it to be mushy. You don't want to be crunching on no pecans. Now you want it to give you the idea that it's meat. You got to trick the mind, but you're tricking the mind with something that's good for the body.
We ain't tricking my mind. We're about to drive me crazy. Serving me something. Y'all go
Okay,
ahead and
so
serve. I'm going hunting. I don't know what y'all doing over here. I'm going on the hunt. I'm gonna catch me something. I'm gonna make me a coat out of it later.
okay then. I
I
think
found
we
this
should
on
get
the
it
internet.
used. Is that tofu?
Hearts of palm.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I ain't never seen it like that before. But that what is that like a soup?
I don't know. Oh wait, hearts of palm and vinaigrette,
Oh, I don't
and
know.
that's baked hearts of palm.
Baked.
Yes.
But see, yeah, that kind of looked like scallops
Yeah,
or
cauliflower.
calamari. You can make the hearts of palm like that. Yeah.
Okay, can you fry it?
Yes.
Okay, that's my favorite thing. And I'm telling y'all, I'm going to, and the prices ain't too bad on a can of this stuff that I ain't never had before, knew existed before tonight. So they want like the price is right. They want $3.69 a can. I'm gonna go get me some hearts of palm, and then I'm gonna come back here and cook it just like I'm gonna cook my fish. I'm gonna put it.
Okay, but I suggest you watch videos first of how to handle it so you get the idea and concept of what to do. Poor little Bambi.
Ain't no poor little Bambi. Y'all don't know.
So yeah. Um so I'm trying to get around eating meat, you know, and it's hard when everybody's not so receptive to it. So what I do is I cook for everybody and then I just eat what I'm gonna eat if that's what I'm doing today. If I can, do that. And so a lot of times we don't when we're not big meat eaters, so it's not necessary to have it. Uh but anyway, now we okay, so one can will make like four fish sandwiches, one can of hearts of palm. Hmm.
Mm-mm. Done traded my meat in for vegetables. I don't believe this.
Yep. So
But if it works, it works.
you want to know
You
what
know,
I have?
I'm gonna
Hmm.
talk about this. Ooh, Instacart has it for 271. Something about bowl in a basket. They even got pasta, hearts of palm pasta, hearts of palm brown rice.
Yep. All of that. And then but look at all the stuff that they're putting in this meat. You don't even know what you eat no more. It's scary, but not so much it's scary. It's to be expected. The only thing, and then even if it's not an organic fruit or vegetable, it's better than eating meat at this time. At this point, I'm not
No,
perfect. I
not
still
in
eat
my
meat,
house.
but not as often.
If I'm cooking and you hungry, you're gonna eat what I put on the table. My mother has her siblings bring her animals. I would work for your mother. All she has to do is have them bring the animals and then get ready to heat the grease up, ma. I got the rest of this done. And then if she need a winter coat, I'll make her a winter coat because she cooks the food. I will skin it alive.
All right, so enough about food. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten nothing.
Oh,
Haven't
I
eaten.
apologize. This is like our third time talking about food on here like this.
Yeah, I know. But I'd like to talk about food. I love food. But I just like to find new ways of eating where I
I
can
see.
eliminate meat altogether.
I see y'all trying to do that. I ain't mad at you. Listen, that'll drive the price down for me. So I appreciate it because I like my burgers. Poor Bambi. That's all I can say about he got in the way.
Have you ever had a falafel?
I love it.
I learned how to make those.
Oh, I love falafel.
I started making falafels and it changed my world. I was like, oh my goodness, I was eating them with salad. So that becomes a meat replacement as well. So the garbanzo bean is a necessity. And what is it? Parsley and cilantro. That's cilantro. Um,
See, you said because of the falafel, it's a meat replacement. Nah, the falafel go with it. Falafel and a piece of lamb. You
no,
good, you good to go.
I can eat falafel and not even think about meat because it's so filling. They good. I ain't made none in a while. I'll have to make some falafels.
I haven't
Yeah.
brought none in a while, and you making me want to go get one of my lamb thingies with an order of falafel and that Indian rice and that gravy. Congratulations on your movement. You're doing well.
Well,
And the more you clean it out your system, when you go in the grocery store, you'll feel sick going in the meat department.
kind of, yeah. But not yet. I ain't sick of it yet though. It don't make me sick yet. So I'm yeah.
Now, I saw a couple of chicken legs in the meat department that looked like they could have been baby arms, and that kind of freaked me out a couple of times. But other than that,
I do not like big meat.
ain't that crazy?
Yeah. I don't eat the big meat. No.
What, what you do to that chicken? That looked
Nope.
like a turkey leg. Talking about a chicken wing. I look like a turkey leg.
Oh, I do like turkey meat though. I like them
Turkey meat?
smoked. I like them smoked turkey drumsticks or wings or turkey neck. And I like to cook them and I can put them over some rice with some gravy or something or eat it by itself. I like turkey.
You ever
Smoked
have
turkey.
turkey chops?
No.
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 And thought Sister Sasha gonna show me turkey chops. On her little, we were talking on the thing, and she gonna show me some fried turkey chops. Sister, you ain't supposed to be showing that to me over the screen. I'm trying to jump through the screen and get my hands on a piece of that. Oh, it looks so good.
I bet. What is it?
It's turkey. I think it's a turkey breast, and it's cut in a particular,
Before
sliced
it's
in a
cooked
way.
like raw. And oh man.
She fried it up. I was mad I couldn't get over there to eat now, boy.
Now that does sound pretty good actually. I'm hungry. I got food in there to eat. I cook. I try to make sure I cook before I come on because I'm like, hey, you should not need me.
Uh, I try to eat before we come on, but I can't because I'm waiting to come on, and so like everything is just flowing, and I just gotta flow with it.
Exactly. That's exactly how it happens. So by the time I think about eating, it's time to go on. And I know a couple times I came on here and I was like, look, y'all just got to have to deal with me. I got to eat because I'm hungry.
We don't pass out. And
Y'all done got caught on now. You better eat.
I, I work in a couple of meat factories, and she's right. They stink.
Yeah.
They stink. That is some of the worst smell you'll ever want to smell is in a meat factory where everything
Yeah.
splitting guts open all day and splitting necks. It stinks after a while in there. Yeah.
Do you ever walk into a grocery store that smell like a meat market, a meat
Yeah.
factory? I
Yeah.
can't stand it.
Yeah. I can't say I can't stand it. It's just like I know what's going on in here. We're
Right.
cutting up.
Right.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
it. It's like if you ever been next to a racetrack, the gas and oil smell, you'll either like that or it'll give you a headache and drive you crazy.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So same difference. So where are we off to now? Where are we off to?
Where are we off to?
Yeah.
We
Or
I
what are
don't know.
we
We
on
covered a lot
to?
of stuff this week. Throughout the week and the different stuff that we talked about. I at the last second I remembered to play that video. That was
Which
one
video?
thing that I meant to bring out from the beginning. Yeah, because that that
Of the
that that
lady?
video hurt me. Yeah, that video hurt me to hear her
Yeah.
say that,
Yeah.
and to know that I knew
It's true.
that they don't like themselves for some reason. I couldn't understand. And then to say that to you, like if you're
Jim
going
Crow.
through something and then I tell you you don't like yourself, it's like I'm doubly beating up on you. And then you're not going to want to admit to me that you don't like yourself. So now you're two times, you know what I'm saying? And so I can never say that. It's like you don't like yourself. I thought it, but I never said it. And now she says it. And so that's what it was. I can never
Yeah.
win that war when you don't like me.
You know, it hurt me as well to hear her say that, but I know it to be true already, and so I'll go to bat for that. Uh, the creator is unstoppable says that she missed the video. It was a You want to play the video again, Elia,
Okay.
for anyone who did not see it?
Okay, I'm pulling it up. I just need to remember where I had it. How all these other people get in here?
You know, it took me years to realize I was never ugly. I was just dark skinned. And I was tortured so badly because of it. And I was made to believe that one equaled the other, but it doesn't. I don't know why it took me so long to come to that realization, but I'm glad that I finally did it.
I'm glad she made that video so it could encourage other young girls and boys uh, to not be objective to self based on the hue of their skin. That doesn't make you beautiful or not beautiful. It's your heart. And that was one thing that I had come to in this week is it's not so much what you look like. It has nothing to do with what you look like. It has everything to do with your heart and if you are operating from your heart, if you are living to hurt people, you can't. We don't have anything. We're not even vibrating at the same frequency. So if we're not vibrating at the same frequency, we're not in on the same channel. We're not on the same channel. You can't affect me and I cannot affect you. But if you tuning into my station and you hear and then you find something that I said to be objective, but you're not living in the same way, but you just find something negative to say. You know how them people on the internet, they just anything they all these people, you picked me to say something to because I guess I was just good for the picking. I guess I was right. So people do those things, and so instead of arguing back and forth with people, I state my piece or whatever, and I just move right on along. I used to let stuff go on for days. Do you hear me? I would let it go on till I was getting blocked. I was getting banned for 30 days at a time. I was what they call Facebook jail. I stayed in there. And we like, oh, yep, you again. Come on to the back. You know what I'm saying? We gonna let you look at things, but you can't say nothing. Nobody will know you're here. So I use those times for times to develop myself, for times to really see how things were moving and going without my energy being shared through, the platform or whatever. And I learned a lot during these times because certain people will look for you, and and some people won't even think about you. Don't even know that you ain't been on. So you learn who those people are during those times. So I saw those situations as a blessing um in disguise, as we would call it. Something good happening, even though it feels like it's not good, is really good for the whole. And so, most definitely, okay, so sis says, it's just hard being the lightest. People would question my father's nationality. It's just as bad. Okay, so yeah, either both sides have had battles when it comes because of the Jim Crow era. It's the Jim Crow era. It was everything about division and difference, and the features that were most prominent in the great ones were the ones to really destroy, because those features were attached to great power. So even if you were light complected, the features cannot be denied. Look at my nose. Look at my cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Look at these things. They're features. You can tell most times where people are from in the world based on their features. People in Africa know the Moors of America, and who we are. They know these things. And do you realize that they pick certain groups of people or from certain tribes to come over and to establish place on this land? These are hybrid people. I'm not saying all people from Africa are hybrid, because here in America we have hybrid people. They call Native Americans Indians. They're hybrids. And over in Africa, it is the same thing going on. We're dealing with hybrids. And hybrids don't always have souls. Sometimes there's special ones, and they can go between, and they're the ones who let us know based on what they know and how we understand one another when we communicate. If that makes sense.
Can I get on this one right here?
Please do.
Okay. We have to realize something, right? And I know that we all come from different schools, but it's like looking at trees. And we're going to say an apple tree is an apple tree, an orange tree is an orange tree. When we deal in colors, we aren't dealing in the science of self. We are dealing in somebody else's sciences that started in 1619, when we keep attributing color to ourselves. We just were. Our skin tones meant nothing to us. Other people's skin tones meant nothing to us. We don't know that at one time, like everybody says, one world order, right? So that means one day, the whole world's going to come together and agree some type of way. And there's going to be one. We already had that. We don't even know it because we allow these people to come in. We're allowing a whole nother system to rule us. But when you know yourself, you can look back and say, yeah, there was one way of speaking amongst everybody. And they called it the sign language. If you want to go to the right, you go this way. If you want to go to the left, you go this way. If it costs 4 whatever or 5 whatever, it was sign language. Everybody just knew by where they was what they wanted, so they sign language. That's what the Egyptian stuff really is. I forget what they call it. It's sign language. No matter how you try to cut it, it's a sign language. So the world was already universal in one. We were that world. Now think about that. We were that world. We didn't go by skin. Color is somebody else's idea of how we associate with each other, how we interact. Color is somebody else's idea of interaction, not ours. So while I understand, I completely comprehend what you're saying. These are it's dangerous to describe us as such a manner and to think like, so you say you copper, the next person say they copper. Just because we copper, can we trust each other? Just because you copper, I'm gonna let you come over here. I'm gonna let you in my house because you copper color? I don't think so. I'm not gonna trust you around my daughter or my granddaughter because of the color of your skin. I want to turn my back and leave my mama with you because of the color of your skin. So I'm trying to show everybody I comprehend. I used to think I was a Black African American United States citizen too. Let me tell y'all something. I thought it so much. Like when Obama ran for president, I was telling everybody I'll beat Obama. I'll bust Obama head to head running for president of the United States. That's how, and I don't mean put my hands on him. I'll whoop his tail. Every word come out his mouth, because I was Republican. Every word come out his mouth, I challenge it. Every word. I'd have shut him down. That's how much of a Black African American I thought I was. I was ready to run with all of the corporate leaders that you know. I was ready to run with all of them. I didn't care. Y'all told me I had to learn how to speak. I had to learn how to read and write, and then you showed me numbers. You messed up. I was on that. So coming over here now, I see what we fell for. I seen what we fell for. I see it. I see it every day. That's why I'm telling you, the other day I was reading a comic strip and I found people, they were selling drugs. They had a computer company and drug company in some place out of Mexico. They all running drugs together, and you can link on if you caught on and you knew the codes or whatever. You can link on and get your drug on too. I seen it in a comic. I just got stuck. Couldn't put it down. And then Tahuti said, just take everything for what it is. And so I started Googling. And when I Googled, I found a trail. So, you know, you have to look past what you think you see. And you have to start studying, looking up every single word we use every day. And then by doing this, what you're going to see is, only thing I've been doing is talking a negative spell to myself. That's it. It's not that you're poor while you're black. It's that black is poor. If you understand what I mean. It just is. So even like somebody with a black heart is having a bad day. You can have a black day. It's a bad day. You can be in the red and it's bad. You could be in the black and it's good. And that's only with money. You don't find it any place else but money. That's the only time black is good, is when we're talking about money. Other than that, black has a funny variation to it. So like I said, we did a show when the stuff hits the fan, and we said we're going to leave that there, and we really only referenced it. And so now that we've done this show, and SciStar, she's tired of these conversations. I'm tired of these the black part of the conversations and letting people know I'm not black. So in the future, when it comes up, I'll feel like triply disrespected because I don't feel a need to bring it up. It's been said. It's in the public. Everybody can come back and see it. We're not black. We're not promoting anything black or African American. We're not marching with anything black. And I'm telling y'all, after the come next March or April, this is part of the war I'm talking about. You're gonna see. I'm not marching. And you won't see me out in the streets marching, protesting justice and all of this and peace and love. I will not be out there. That's not how mature, responsible, accountable, edified men and women, that's not how they act. They said that being out there is called civil disobedience. And I know what disobedient means because my mother, I remember I told y'all I had a mother. When I was disobedient, her belt showed me that I was disobedient. So I know what disobedience means. And based off that right there, why would I grow up to be an adult, be disobedient, then go out and march in the street where I've been told, well, if people spit on you, you can't get mad. If somebody hits you, you can't get mad. If they're yelling and cussing and you can't get mad. You can't say, I can't defend myself. I'm gonna walk somewhere so people can spit on me, beat on me, yell at me, and there's nothing I can do about it. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And so I will not be participating come next March, next April, when all your leaders are telling you that you need to march and why you need to march, just know I'm not marching. And there's going to be a whole bunch of people who say they're not marching. Oh, we're going to get our civil rights. No, you're not. And civil rights clunked right upside the head by the police because you was being civilly disobedient. You're going to get your civil rights all right. You can get reparations all right. You might be able to sue after that. But to get reparations for what we think the past was, that's not happening, y'all. We got to stop living in the fantasy world. So when it comes to black, I guess I'll be pointing to this video from now on and to the song that was played, that was made from this week of working things out and talking with people and dealing with people. And I just, y'all got to understand, I just sat with this kid, right? He's 33 years old. I call him a kid. And we're talking business. And I don't even want to call him a Caucasian or a white kid. But he was. And so I didn't find out his nationality. And so in talking to him, this is not amalgamation. We have to trade with the United States, the nations. We trade. He's willing to sit down from his side. He's going to start a United States business to help us be us. See, when we talk about trade, we got to have their companies on board ready to trade. He's ready to trade with us. Him and his people will do what they do and trade with us for our pesos. That puts us on the map. But as I said, the way we're rolling, you might get called in your city and state into an office somewhere to make a legitimate trade. But while they're talking to you, they start throwing around the Black and African American, and you figure, well, I'm not going to blow this deal. Well, I'm telling you, I'd rather blow the deal. I'd rather, if you think they're using Black and African American too much while you talking, then that means they didn't understand the deal we made, and maybe you shouldn't sign. You send them back here before you sign. Don't be greedy and selfish and sign, and they talking to you about, oh, this will help Black people. This will help African. I mean, because when everything is over, they're going to stand in another huddle and say, yeah, I told them Black African American, and these people still sign. They didn't even question why I was saying Black and African American. Oh, really? Well, then let's offer them something else. And let's offer them something. And then eventually, you're caught out again. This is how the game worked then. This is how the game works now. That's how we got caught out then. That's how we'll be caught out now. That's where the service mark comes in handy. Okay, so now the service mark. I apologize, SciStar, because you did say that earlier, and I'm going back to where you said it because it was something. See, I got to say this again. We're not asking the United States, can we be a government? We're not filling out any of their paperwork to be a government. We are not looking to control any United States assets because it all belongs to us by law. All of this is ours. And as SciStar Christina was saying, they're not even in business right now. You ever hear that term? The captain can't leave a sinking ship. That's the position they're in. Now, what they can do is reorganize through themselves or another government and then come into governance again of us. But right now, they're not allowed to do anything. Nobody, this land is running governmentless. Because you and I didn't take our seats. There's no government here right now at all. There's none. So this service mark that the United States, it allows you to run the United, we're not running United States assets. They don't own anything. They don't have any assets. They're broke. That's the law. That's the realness of it. The only reason why they operate and they have to stay in operation is because every so many people are psychologically messed up on them running it that they just can't walk away. If they walk away, they'll be like Hitler. You know, the way they'll be treated in international law. They'll be treated like a criminal walking away for the way things are and the way things were set up. No, a government has to step in its place, and you're not taking over United States assets. This is what I mean by offers. They make offers. Yeah, you can control our assets. Sign this service mark. But in order to control it, I have to give you, in order for me to control your assets, United States assets, I have to admit that you have assets. I have to give you the assets. Now, going to the bank, if you know anything about money and fractional reserves today, you know when you go to the bank and get a loan, that's when the money's made. It's not made before then. It doesn't even exist before you get a loan. So they have no assets until I walk in there and get this service mark. I give them assets. I'm not giving them jack. I'm telling y'all, we got to be able to see past the game. We have to. Like I said, some people, like, I'm not saying anybody isn't smart or intelligent at all. I'm not saying that. Some people just coming into the game. Some people been in the game for 2 or 3 years. Some people been in the game for 2 or 3 years, but haven't really functioned at a particular level. Some people been in the game for 10 years and they still operating off of what they think and not what they know. And then they're coming out telling you and a whole bunch of other people to do it this way, but they're not operating off what they know. I'm telling you, I came into the game, this game of governance in 2016 after the Trump vote, and coming into this governance, I seen a whole lot of disorganization about something that's very simple. A whole lot of disorganization. And with that disorganization, it comes greed, pride, sloth, the 7 sins right up there. Is the reason why we haven't moved forward on all levels. All, and not the Moors, not the Christians, not the Muslims, not the Israelites, everybody. Everybody, all these people been taking your money and they ain't built any establishments yet. Let me take a look and tell you why. 501c3, this one, that one, don't want to buck the system. Everybody who runs the churches and the masjids work for the system somewhere. So in that system where they work, they got to go by the system. So by the time they come out, they don't want to fight the system. All they want to do is their Friday, Saturday, Wednesday, Sunday services and go home and go to sleep so they can go back to work. They lose the spirit, the idea of fighting. That's where. Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. Okay. So this is in the same realm but a little different. So I've enrolled my daughters into school, and so they have been exempt from immunizations since 2018. This exemption has been valid in the state of Alabama, the state of Texas, the state of California, the state of Maryland. I believe that's all the states that I have used this exemption, and the state of Arizona. Now, I just changed my youngest daughter's school because we moved. And so the school sent me a letter stating that they needed a letter from the physician's office that she was exempt from immunizations. So I've been getting in touch with the medical doctors, the office, let them know this is what I need. They've been playing around phone tag with me and whatnot. And so they finally called me back the other day and tell me that because it's due to it's a religious exemption, then I needed to go to a religious organization to have them write a letter. And I basically told her, no, that's not what I need. Uh, but thank you. Because what I'm going to do is go up to the school and request the documentation to sign that I understand that my child being exempt from immunizations, if there's an outbreak, they have to alert me to keep my child home. And then not only that, all they need is for me to say she's exempt. I'm her religious exemption. But I do carry and I give them a copy of the origin because we are from Alabama. So wherever we operate, we still are operating in the capacity of where we are from because we are under those exceptions for that state. My birth certificate says Alabama. My social security number is registered in the state of Alabama. Now I can take that same social security number and do things in different states. So I can take my religious exemption of immunizations and do it just the same exact way. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But see, if I didn't know any better, I would be around here searching for a place that's going to validate and verify what I'm saying, because 9 times out of 10, any religious organization under the 501c3 is not going to give me, paperwork or documentation which states that due to religious reasons, there that we are exempt under their name and title as a religious organization. They're not going to do that because they are not permitted to do that, because all of them have not been exempt from immunization. So they don't even first believe in what it is that I'm talking about or doing. They're against it. So you trying to set me up to see if I know what I'm doing or what I'm not doing. I've been doing this since 2017. I was the uncool, unpopular one of change. And that religious exemption came out of that. And like I said, it's been operating in 6 different states because I know what I'm standing on. So it's possible. It has been done. I'm doing it. And my daughters are in school so they can receive social uh, engagement and learn the language of this world, because they're going to need to know how to operate in this world. They're in the process of mastering how to operate individually in their own space. They know how to make themselves invisible in a crowd full of people because I taught them how to do that. We were staying in shelters and there were people doing things and saying things that I didn't necessarily agree with, and we had to be there. So in order to protect my daughters, I taught them how to disappear in the midst of people and mind your own business. That's what I told them. Mind your own business. Learn how to mind your business. What's your business? Okay, are you minding your business right now? Okay, get there. And that was all I would have to say. And from that point on, it was so I've learned to text them and call them and things like that to kind of like, teach them how to talk on the phone. But anyway, um, homeschooling is a never ending journey. We learn everything at home first. And so what we exhibit in public is only an expression, an outward expression of what's going on inside the home. And that's why they like children to be in school at a young age so they can tell all their business. Yep. And those are the vital times to keep children at home because it's our children who go into the school system and trust these people and begin to share intimate details with them, thinking that they are in the care of a loved one, and begin to tell things that they shouldn't be telling, but sometimes things get told that need to be told. And for those reasons, I'm grateful. It's only those situations where there is no wrong going on, but you try to create one. I yield.
And it's funny when you say that because during the drug era, there were a few families like their children was in school. The police came in, they're showing them, my daddy smokes that. And the police was at the house. Police immediately showed up at the house because the children, my daddy smokes that weed. Oh, I seen that. My mommy had that. Police at the house because they're showing them. And you know, it's just a child saying what they got. You know what they see. They're just a child, innocently. And you signed the document to let them go to school. And you probably woke them up that morning, shook them, and was, ah, get up, get dressed, you're gonna be late, don't be late. And you sent them there. While they was there, somebody showed them something that they was able to relate to you. They related it to you, and now you got the police at your door. When you didn't have to have these people in your business, all you had to want to do was raise your child yourself. Period. Period. See, a lot of things. Some people probably think I'm lying and stuff, but I'm telling the truth, so I ain't worried about it. But the truth that I'm telling, I don't want the people who understand, oh, he just talked about me. I don't want them to feel bad. We were all going through something, somewhere, some kind of way, and these are the results that came out. So from 2006 to 2007, no, 2006 to 2012, I was around a bunch of women who didn't want to take care of their own children. The women didn't want to take care of their children. And I had my granddaughter, my grandson, and my son, and they were just running and, you know, starting all that, running outside and stuff. So I just took all the kids. My kids, I'm taking mine to the park. Yours come to the park with me. I don't care. I got your kids and mine. I turned around one day. I had a whole little village with me. None of the mothers wanted to be bothered with their children. When I took the children back home and I seen what they was doing, I didn't get mad, but I was disgusted. You're going to spend all day on your back? You're going to spend all day doing drugs? You're going to give your children to somebody? Because if I wasn't there, that means the children could have been gone with somebody else. And who's to say they'd have been taken care of? So disgusted, I was pissed at people because you're not taking care. You made these babies. You made them, but you don't want to take care of them. But you like that welfare check coming in though, huh? You get them food stamps. You happy then, but you don't want to be there for the daily care of that child as that child is learning how to walk and talk and then needs to know how to read and write. You expect them to go to school and learn how to read and write when you're not proud of the fact that they can read and write before they went to school? One of the things, my grandman, he doesn't like Poppy because Poppy, and now I'm talking street, because Poppy a real nigga. See, Poppy don't take no crack. Poppy know when you blowing smoke, and Poppy ain't scared to call it out on you. You know, just like you, one of my friends, Poppy ain't scared to call it out on you. So he's being very lazy in his schoolwork. It seems as though he has no interest in nothing that's going to benefit his life in the future. And this is starting to bother his mother. So my daughter, she can't show me any tears and I don't feel some way about it. I don't care who it is. So if she's feeling that way, it's time to buckle down on you, 11-year-old, 5 foot tall, 200 pound. You walk outside and these police, they're going to treat you like a man because of your size. You stand tall as they do, but you don't understand that because you're an 11-year-old kid. So we had to go through him that we're your primary educators. We teach you first. Only thing, when you go to school, all they do is show you we were right and that we wasn't showing you nothing wrong. That's all they do. Maybe they add a few tricks now to what we taught you, and now you smarter. We ain't mad at that. We couldn't get this in the grandman, right? So I started, you're 11. Now, we always talk about this on these groups and stuff, raising our children. It's manhood training time. So now I'm dealing with you like that, soldier time. I'm giving, you need education. Your mother said 2 lessons a day. I started mixing up the lessons because, you know, you don't want to bore them and stuff. You know what my grandson ended up like of his own accord he got attached to? Finances. We opened up Investopedia, got him an account in there. They gave him a stock simulator to trade stocks. I started showing him the words he needs to know and stuff. Grandson knows the words. It even got to the point I'm talking to him about 24 hours ago. I told you, you need to study these 3 words. I remembered 2 of the words. He remembered the 3rd one. And that's the first time anything he's ever held on to on his own and was able to regurgitate. And no, I'm using my words correctly. Regurgitate back out what he heard. Because I told him, you need to know what call and put options are, and then you need to know what an annual report is. I remembered the call and put options. He remembered the annual report. He remembered that. So if he remembered it and retained it, then that means he gravitated to it a little bit something. So now I got to know how, you know, now I push you off a little bit. So now you're entering the finance world. Well, in the finance world, all we really do is sit around and watch the news and the stock markets and the numbers jump around, right? So now you got to get used to the news and how to utilize the news. So now watching news about the company you invested in your little stock simulator thing, and now you're going to write me a report about the news that you watched about. This is what they do in the real world. He's 11, learning what they did in the real world. Now, between 11 and college, if Poppy done showed you what you can do in the real world and you know how to do it, what are these people really teaching you except enforcing what I've already taught you to be correct? They're not teaching you nothing. In fact, they're a waste of time. You can go to work. You know how to do the job now. So they're really, when they get ready to charge you X amount of dollars to go to college for 4 years to come out with a degree so you can go to work. Yo, I'm not lying to y'all. And I'm telling you, as I talk about this stuff, it's like stuff just be popping in my head, right? I'm not lying. 1 year, my ex-wife, I'm gonna tell the truth. I was sorry not to say it this way, but my ex-wife and I, we got into a discussion, and she started talking about going to college because she wanted to make more money. So she chose the college she wanted to go to, right? So after she got in college, and this type of thing, I'm an asshole. I'm an ass. I can be one. I apologize for cussing, but I can be one. She went to college. She got in. I went to her college. And the way I went through the door, when at one afternoon when she came home, we reiterated into this conversation where we're going to college to make money, right? And yeah, and then you went and you got this loan or whatever, and now we're gonna have to pay that back. Well, guess what? I went to the college and got a check out of the college. She's sitting there looking at me, man, because I went to the college and got a check. What did I get the check for? We put a magazine together. They brought advertisement. So if I could walk into the college and get a check, talking to them about educating people and all of this other stuff that we want to do, and I can get a check, what do I need to go to college for? To learn how to, what do I need to take out a desperate loan for to have, when I come out, I'm so buried in debt that I got to take a job and shut up in order to pay off the debt, in order to get everything else that I want. You won't get me like that. I'm not a sucker. And like I said, we all learn. But ever since a child, if I know I have to do a job, this is going to be the most quickest, efficient, least amount. I work smart, not hard. I'm going to get this done, over with, because my little electric football men, they meant more to me than anything else running up and down my little electric field. And that's all I want to see. That I seen it. You can't, when you're cleaning the bathroom, they're not running on the field. I had to get back to that. But the bathroom had to be cleaned in a way where my mother's not going to come back and tell me to get up and clean it again. We can't, you can't take all these timeouts in the middle of a game, huh? What are you doing? You're ruining it. Commercials don't last this long. So that meant I had to get on my job. Do the trash. So do the trash means there's a whole little area over here to be cleaned up. So I got the mop, the broom, everything's getting done at one time. When I get up in here and I'm cleaning, everything's getting done at one time. My dad bring the groceries in the house, put the groceries away. Old milk goes in front of new milk. You just don't take the milk and throw it in there. You got to rearrange it. So if you're going to rearrange the milk, guess what? You got to rearrange the eggs. You got to rearrange frozen chicken. Everything from the back comes to the front. And then the new stuff goes in the back. You're doing the cans and stuff, or the new old stuff comes up front, new cans. And I had to do this before I can get to my games. So it's not going to take me all day once. Oh, that's what you want? Okay. Excuse me. You're done already? Yes, I am. It's second and third. In the middle of the second quarter, I'm getting ready to go to halftime, and I can't have y'all interfering with, do the bathroom, do the trash, put the food up, come clean this, come clean that. So I had to learn that. Today's children, they don't get that type of regimen from their parents. My daughter's not on it at all. My daughter will go clean my grandson's room, and he's 11, so they don't get that. So now, grandman getting it, it's like electrifying his system because, it done got real up in here. Yeah, it did. It really did. You're almost a grown man now. Next year, you start the puberty thing. You don't know it. We know it. You got to be able to stand, boy. And the only way between that I know you're going to be successful in the future, between now and 16, you need to have your profession, that what you're going to go into. You can have a secondary and a third, but you need a main profession that you're going to be working at to go. So when you're 16, you're already skilled in whatever, even if it's McDonald's, you're already skilled. You already know how to, I got to stand here. It takes time, this amount of time for this, that amount. You're already used to these type of things because you've been doing them at home. Because we're the primary teachers and we prepare our children for the next step. And I'm telling you, my family, the way they raised us, I'd walk into your job the very next day, I'd get a raise and or promotion. I'd be given some type of assignment that was a special assignment. You're the only one who could get it done. We only trust you to get it done. Not one job, every job, everywhere I went. That's how I got treated. Because the pride of myself that I took when I went in there. If I have to mop your floor, you will have the best swept and mopped floor the world ever seen. It will shine like you've never seen it shine before. Why? Because when they say who did it, my name is going to be said. I yield the floor.
That's so funny because when I was in the army, that's basically how it happened. When I first got there, I was 19 going on 20, and I drove my own car that was paid for from Alabama to El Paso, Texas. And so when I got there, they was like, "Who is this young trooper that done drove her own car?" I came there in a very responsible and mature way. And so that was acknowledged right off the gate, or right at the gate. And so I began having issues with my supervisor because my supervisor was making inappropriate passes at me, and it was noticed by the man I actually ended up marrying. And after so long, I was moved out of that office and into the what we call the pack office, and that's where I learned. I worked directly under the training NCO, which that's what he was, the training NCO, the first sergeant and the commander, and we pretty much was the headquarters for the main operation. So I was right there with the higher echelon, and this was my very first duty station. So in this time, I was trained up close and personal on how to write documents, how to read documents, how to create reports, how to present reports, how to file and organize and things like that. So I was pretty skilled at the beginning because I was put into a higher position because of how I carried myself. It all started with where I carried myself and how I carried myself. So I agree with what you're saying. I too am an example of that walk in in the world of professionalism, learning to separate personal and professional, knowing the difference, and how to be a leader and train others how to be leaders. Not like you just become a leader and then you're above everybody. No, when you become a leader, you have to then train the next generation or next group of troops how to take your position, because your ultimate goal should be for promotion and advancement as well. So if you're looking for a promotion and advancement, you want to train the people in the best way. So yeah, you got to lead from the front, lead by example. And this is how, the military trained me, was to lead from the front and to lead by example. And what does that mean? If you can't show it, don't say it. If you say it, you better know how to show it. The best thing you could do is be real. That's it. And I don't know nothing else. I was like that before I went in. So the army only enhanced. Well, okay, so we got these things. I'm pretty sure, I believe I have one around here somewhere. The army values. The army values are just the same as what I grew up learning. And so when I learned the army values, it was easy for me to incorporate them into my way of life in the army, because I was already doing it. So, loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Be loyal to those whom you serve with, because your loyalty will hold your position or your spot in respect. Be responsible to your duties. If that's what you're supposed to be doing, do it. Ain't no questioning. You are. It's already been outlined for you. The army is set up, so you ain't gotta even think. Just do. You're not hurting yourself, and no one's hurting you. So just do what you're supposed to do. And we always have this thing called be, no, do. So you have to be and you have to know to do these things. Respect self and you'll respect others. Selfless service is to do for others in good service. Honor, honor, honor was to do, to be honored. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Integrity, be truthful, be honest, and personal courage. It takes personal courage to show integrity. If you don't have personal courage, you don't have integrity. So everything works together. And so we had to learn these values and recite them and to become one with them. We had to live the Army values and take pride in it. And so I say the Army, I'm not, this is no promotion for the Army or any other branch of service. But because I did serve, and I know so many who have served with the greatest of intentions in their heart, that this was going to be the one good thing we do. You know what I'm saying? Is to stand up and fight for our country. And lo and behold, we spent more time messing around in other people's business rather than handling our own business right here on ground. And so, no matter how good the Army has been and is being through the VA for me and my daughters right now, because of the work that I've already put in, I'm not advocating for anyone to go into the service. All I'm saying is it's a great place when you're feeling alone in this world and you need to learn discipline and honor and respect for yourself and others. And when you learn how to operate in that fashion, it's not so hard to follow an agenda of actually standing to serve for your country, for we the people. Because it's us, it's we, the people, who are going to call the day, and that will be the day of redemption for all souls. So, what I learned also in the Army is that it doesn't matter what you look like. They'll often put people who were uh, nothing alike together during training to make you break those ideals, those ideologies, those negative barriers that kept us in the world away from one another. We had to break those barriers of difference down and learn how to work together no matter what we look like, what we ate last night, and what we were going to eat for lunch today. None of that mattered. We were all wearing the same uniform. So at the beginning and end of it all, we were together. We were a team. We were family. And I learned how to be that more so with people that looked nothing like me, more so than the people from which I come from. And so that was my first initiation in opening up to diversity as far as family and being accepted as a member of the family. So when it comes to teaching and homeschooling and things like that, like I said, everything starts at home first. And so you you exhibit what you learn at home. That's why I'm always adamant with my daughters that they are, and I allow them to be silly and you know what I'm saying, play and to be themselves. You don't have to pretend to be anything, but be yourself. You know what I'm saying? But there's a time and place for everything, and so having to teach them those appropriate times and places uh, came with correction. You know, we can't be afraid to say those things that need to be said for the purpose of growth and development. Because how do you grow? How does a plant grow without being beat by the sun or beat by the water that's being poured down onto it? There's an impact to water when it hits something. And I'm not saying that dirt or plants can feel pain. I had this question. When a fish is caught on the line, does that fish feel pain?
I would think it does.
What is pain?
What is pain?
Yeah.
That hook in his face that wasn't there 10 minutes ago.
But you ever seen those people who do these tricks in circuses and all these different supernatural abilities that people may have? Now, they don't feel pain. You've seen someone who studies martial arts and they break with their heads, and feet, knees, whatever body parts they use to break bricks and wood, things that we need tools to break. But we can center energy to eliminate what we have learned is pain. Now, a fish has no concept of the human mind of pain. So, do they feel pain? Or are they programmed to not feel that? Because they're in the ocean and anything can be their predator.
But I still think they feel pain. I think they do. A whale, if somebody stabs a whale, it'll make it stab it. it's in pain, it's hurt, it's limping. So I just take for granted that they do. I'm not saying they do or don't. I don't know, but I take for granted that they're living, they feel pain. However, and see, people be trying to talk about like pain ain't real. Okay, so you know those deli meat cutters? I was lifting one, and part of the back came back and hit my hand, right? So the first thing I thought was I need insurance on my hand because I played the guitar. This ain't good, and my fingers were hurting. I felt pain. So as much as y'all want to tell me that it's not pain, it's in my mind. When that particular thing hit my hand, I felt pain. So I don't know. I understand what y'all are saying, but I don't know. I feel pain. And I've done a few other things where I've hurt myself and I feel the pain of a few weeks ago. I cut my finger open. I felt the slice. Yeah, pain. So good night, Side Star. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So I would think that a fish would feel pain. And since people talk about vegetables are alive, see, that's the whole thing that kills me about it because plants are living, vegetables are living. You get mad about us killing the cow because he feels pain. You think a carrot don't feel pain? If it was alive, it feels pain. You cut it, but it's an inanimate object, so we don't get to see it feel pain. But if
Yeah.
it was alive, it had to feel the pain of you derooting it, freezing it, putting it in cold air. Maybe the carrot don't want to be cold. It was in the ground. Now you got it in the refrigerator. That's carrot abuse. See, so it was alive. I'm just looking out for the carrots now because I'm gonna add celery to that later, some bell pepper. So it all goes around me. It gets real wild to the point where it's like sometimes we all think so much. What are we really thinking about?
No, for real.
Yeah. So
What are we thinking about? So, I
I don't
believe
know.
that we make it quite clear where we are in thought and action every time we show up here. Um, and so we've come some ways. I'm kind of tired today. I've been running around doing all kind of stuff, and tomorrow I gotta go turn my car in to get brake pads and rotors on the rear axle. Now this is new language I'm learning. Uh, so the rear axle requires replacement of both brakes and rotors. Car squealing real bad. I had to stop working. So I can't work and drive people around. I'm not making no money, so I done got busy. I'm gonna mute you. I done got busy doing things in home. You know what I'm saying? And trying to what have I been doing? Oh, I've been going to the pool. I've been I've been relaxing. I've been planning on how to navigate through this tough period, because I'm accustomed to being able to go out there and work and get what I need, and you know what I'm saying. We ain't got to ask for nothing. We ain't got to worry about nothing. But I've actually had to utilize food banks and resources, community resources, and things like that to ensure that we have food and things like that because I'm not able to work. And my brother, he's just getting here. He just started working and everything. So you know how that goes. Um, so, but now I've received a pretty good overview of how to adjust things so that we're not in that situation. And the first thing is to get the brakes and rotors replaced on the car so I can feel safe driving. I don't like to drive in unsafe situations. And like I said, it rained really bad here today. And when it rains, I don't want to drive in that rain. I don't like it because it can get very dangerous, and a tornado can come out of nowhere. A monsoon can bring floods in areas where you're not expecting them, and you could literally ruin your vehicle or drown in them. The wind blows so hard it feels like it could lift the car up. Now, if the wind is blowing and engaging the axles on the vehicle and I'm pushing on the brakes trying to stop, that's a dangerous situation in my book. And so I don't play like that. So I'm not driving in no rain. It's just not gonna happen. So I felt kind of bad because this was the second time I had to call my brother and be like, "Look, bro, I can't come. It's the weather's not in likeness of me right now. I cannot travel. You gonna have to find a way home." And so I feel bad doing that, but at the same time, it's not safe. I see if the car was the brakes weren't in good condition, I wouldn't mind. I done did it before, but when I'm driving into the storm, no, I'm not finna do that. No. So, a lot of things I've just been really uh getting my head straight on where I'm at right now. Trying to journal, but for some reason I can't write anything too much. Um, I'm just allowing things to take place and catching up when I can with the writing. But all that black stuff just kind of like took me yesterday because I was on the phone and she just kept on with and I was like, okay, it wasn't that. And then when I responded to your comment about the news, and I'm like, I don't watch the news. And so that's just my first reaction, but I pay attention to what's going on enough to have an opinion, I suppose. Uh, if it comes up, because I'm still sticking to the narrative that I'm in. I'm not allowing the news to sway me or sway my narrative, so I don't overconsume any information that's not beneficial to the growth and development of we the people. So I would like to say that. And so, other than that, I don't really have too much more to offer. I'm tired, and like I said, I got to get up and have the car to the shop early in the
Yes,
morning.
ma'am. So we could call it a night. It's always a pleasure. It's always been fun. We handled
Yes.
business. We came in here. We said what we had to say. Hopefully, everybody understands. And things are just what they are by law. It's not us actually saying this is it's just by law because we used to be black and African American too, but now we know better. And so with that, we're suggesting the rest of us come along because when we write papers, that's how it's going out. That we're not blacks and African Americans. Whether it says it or not, it's going to say we're not. And we don't want it to come back to you and you shot. And then we don't want it to come back to you, and you stand there talking about, oh, I ain't down with it, but you show up here every week and you're talking to us every day, and now you're not down with it. That's not fair. Tell us that today. Tell us that today. I'm a grown man. I won't even be disappointed. I comprehend your position, and we'll let it go at that. But silence is acquiescence. With that, I yield the floor.
That acquiescence. I used that word with my daughter. She was like, "Mama, where do you get these words from?" I was like, "Well, you gotta blame El Ya for that one." So yes, I looked it up and I was like, okay. So and I explained to her what it was as well. And so they are now aware of the word acquiescence and what it means. And so that's just another encouraging word to encourage them to don't be silent. You know, say what needs to be said, um, and have no fear in saying what needs to be said, because here's how I got around to it. I'm going to hurt inside, and I'm going to cringe inside, and I'm not going to be able to look myself in the face if I don't do right by me. If I allow you to have this superior advantage over me, then everything I get, I deserve because I allowed it to be that. And so, I don't deserve maltreatment and abuse of any sort. So I'm not going to allow it, nor am I going to accept it as something that is okay. It's not okay. So the best thing to do, I can't allow you to injure me and what I love. I will protect it at all costs. And if you really feeling bold like you feeling, and I'm feeling bold like I'm feeling, somebody gonna get hurt. Somebody gonna get hurt, and if it's me, I'll leave evidence that I was there. You won't be scot free with me. And that's all.
Like we used to say in school, you feeling foggy lead.
Don't leave. I ain't gonna do nothing but protect myself.
Oh my God. You know what I did? If I go away, you know what I did. I'm so stupid. Okay.
Why do you say that? You say that a lot.
Because it's a way, it's something I say when I'm frustrated with my own actions. It's something like, I know I could have, what I was trying to do, I could have done without touching the screen, but I touched the screen anyways and almost shut me off just now. And I thought I was about to go off.
Okay, but you got to get out of the habit of calling yourself stupid, because you have people watching you and listening to you, and you wouldn't think that it's okay for them to call themselves stupid. So you got to exhibit that same self-respect.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Fair enough.
Because how can you be stupid with so much intelligence?
I don't know, but when I do things like I'm sitting here and I'm playing on my guitar and I got my pick in my hand, and then I'll go downstairs and get a cup of water. I come upstairs and I can find everything except the pick. I feel real stupid. What did I do with the pick? How did I lose the pick? And you know where I end up finding it? In my pocket. In my shoe.
How I don't know where I did with the pick, but when I stood up, it fell in the back of my shoe. I walked around all day with a lost pick in the back of my shoe till I took my shoe off at night. You know how stupid I felt to see the pick fall out of my shoe? I just and I just like, wow, for real. I didn't realize, I didn't know.
That's
So
not
and I do stuff
stupid.
like see, huh?
That's not stupid. I believe I look at situations like that, like the universe takes it uh to see what you're gonna do with yourself without that which you thought you had control over, and how you spend your time. And if you spend your time speaking negatively to yourself, then you're embedding those thoughts into your own psyche, and it's hard to uh overcome that when you're continuously feeding that to yourself. You know what I'm saying? And so you believe that those things are actually stupid when they're just human errors. And in this body, uh, sometimes we can get so intellectually engaged or spiritually involved, and we can forget how to even operate this body because we're beyond autopilot. We don't be here. Our bodies be here though. So when the mind is not here yet the body remains, the body does what you call stupid things. But that's not making you stupid. That's the body operating without the mind because you were somewhere else. Your body was on autopilot.
Then I stay out to lunch because my lighter, my lighter.
I stay out to lunch.
Honestly, I lose everything. Listen, and this is somebody tried to tell me it was my age when I got ridiculed all day about my age. But ever since I was a child, I'll get dressed, run out the house, get halfway down the street, and realize some of the main stuff I needed I left in the house, like the key. You know how many times I locked myself out and had to call my daughter while she's at work? Yeah, baby, I can't get in the house. Now, I left the keys either upstairs or over at my house. And I don't have the keys on me. And I'm just stuck outside for another hour or two until she finds. Like, yo, come on, man. So, somewhere along the way, I got to be able to keep up with myself. And so when I do stuff like that, it's just strenuous sometimes. Just strenuous.
Sometimes I have to lose focus of myself so I can remember myself, if that makes sense. Lose control to gain control. And when I'm in the process of gathering, those are the times where I write. And so that's where the music comes in for me because I'm able to process through the music. Like once I have dealt with it and once I have come to a solid stance on something, I could mark that. I could put that in stone. It it's forever. It forever will be that because that's where I'm at now. And so if I'm there with it, then I don't mind making a presentation of it and doing a whole public announcement. You know what I'm saying? Address the union type deal. This is final. This is what, and it could grow and develop into something more, but this part of it, this stage, this step is complete. We can move up to the next level and then we can create something when we get there. But this right here is forever, never to be changed type deal. And so these are the different platforms in which we both have been operating on and in. And so we have met each other here, on the same level of communication and understanding, which is why it just makes so much sense. And so I'm just grateful to be here yet again for another phenomenal week of a new wave of thinking with uh, El Christina Akshita Veda and El Yashamal Garb of a Maxim Trust and Third World Order. And we were talking about what
The Empire of
today?
Nubia.
Oh yeah, can't forget about the Empire of Nubia, our home base and foundation of
International
strategic,
building.
yes, international, what international what
Our international building.
our international building, yes. So shout out to everyone who came on in the chat and communicated and kept the conversation going. We love you and we're
Indeed.
grateful for your presence and your input and everything that you add and bring to the table. So,
And don't forget to check out the Messiah Code this week and OWASP. They will be on in the and HSE Entertainment with Moshe. They're all on. They come on at different times. You catch them live and just vibe with all the different, instead of watching TV, watch us.
no, but for real, that's how I use this right here. Is because what if I'm not doing this? What else am I doing? And right now, nothing really interests me on TV because they're all fake. They're actors.
And you can't be a part of anything they put on TV that will formulate into your life, into your existence. But when you put all of us on, we can formulate into your life and be a part of your daily existence to help you make it better. And then maybe a year from now, we'll come out with our own TV station and we'll watch you on TV when we have nothing to do. Build.
I like your concept of the depiction of the song. I didn't see it that way, but I think it would be very valuable to see that interaction and engagement between daughter and father relationship in wanting to see self in a positive way and having that song be a song of encouragement to uplift and empower a young adolescent. So yes, and then it brings the father back into the home, and I think that's beautiful. I think that's valuable, and I would love to use that concept in the creation of a video. So I did a video today. I'll share
Yes, you.
something. Did you
Yes, you
see the
did.
video?
I didn't see the whole thing, but
What
I
did you
saw.
see? Was it the song?
No, you were discussing
Oh no, no, I wasn't even talking about that.
You made
Um,
another video?
yeah, I did a music video.
That's what I'm saying. You just be going. Go ahead now. Tell me about the music video.
I did a music video of the song. Oh no, Indigo Task Force. Now I don't know. Did I tell you that I was going to? We could play that next. Indigo Task Force. Okay. Did I tell you that I was looking to enter into a art competition through the VA? Okay, well they do this every single year. Last year I wanted to submit some art, but I did not submit the art. This year I was like, oh, I can submit some music. And so I told her, I was like, okay, I'm gonna submit music. Then she came and told me, like, she put a monkey wrench in my plan. And so I'm thinking I could just send her the MP3 file of the music of the song. Nope. They want a video. And I'm like, a video? And I'm assuming that anything dealing with that type of performance, you have to perform, right? And so I didn't do anything big or anything special. First, I wanted to see how it even worked. And so I went ahead and I played around with it after you're the one who kind of led me to do it, because you said that BandLab you can create a playlist, but also on BandLab you can use um, your music file and create a video to your music as the sound, and it also captures whatever sound is in the room at the same time. I'm not sure how to, if you turn the volume off or whatever. I don't know none of that yet. I was in one spot doing little movements, and then I did like how I do the edits on TikTok, and uh I use InShot doing edits and things like that to make it look interesting. So cuz I'm only in one spot, so I got to make the video do things. And so I did that, and I created a video for Indigo Task Force. Now, I don't know if there's a way it could be seen. No, and so I don't know. I can't hear you.
You have to share the screen. Now you're muted.
Right. Yeah. I know. But I don't know. Let me see. Let me see first, okay? Cuz I don't know how I'm feeling about it. You know I'm a little shy, but guess what? I didn't do it wasn't nothing like spectacular or anything. It was just so I could present my sound. Okay, but let me see if I can find it on here to show it, because it's a different place. Okay. Okay, let me try on from my phone. All right. I know what to do. I'm going to mute myself and pull it up.
Okay. It's grand being with you people, seeing talents and skills, doing stuff today we didn't do yesterday. That's a lot of fun. always exploring something new, going somewhere new. That's a lot of fun. I know how to make web pages. I'm learning how to drive a boat. There's some classes coming up, deep sea water, for free. They're going to teach me for free how to drive a boat. I tell you, man, I'm going to be all over the place. I know how to drive a boat. I'm out. I'll live on the ocean. You hear me? I will not come back on land knowing how to roll a boat. Me and a boat, that's all I need. I'm good to go. Throw some Wi-Fi up in there, I'm good to go. My only problem will come repairing the boat. I'm not mechanically inclined like that. Now I gotta get on YouTube and read how to fix an engine or something. I'll do it though. Watch a video, YouTube video, and then get down there and do what they tell me to do. I'm not gonna be stuck on the ocean. Now I just need somebody with an airplane. And then I'm going to take lessons there too. I can't wait to jump out with a parachute, but I can't wait to jump out of an airplane or a helicopter. Free falling in the air. That's great. I guess I make a bucket list and put those type of things on it. I want to go down in a submarine too. I want to know what it's like under the water. I want to see it. I'm serious. I will go underneath in the submarine. I want to see what that's like. Bloop, 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 bloop. That part will probably drive me crazy. But to be underwater and see underwater and to see whales and sharks and all that stuff, I would love that. And I'm coming up. I guess I have to call Brother Lazarus for some fried seafood afterwards when I come back. Because he seems like I wonder if he like onion rings or French fries with it. I go for some onion rings.
Okay, look, this is what we're gonna do, because I can't share it to the screen. I don't know how to do that because the file is too big because it is a video. And you have to do a zip file and unzip it, and that's just too much. So this is what we're gonna do.
Hold the phone up to the camera.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if maybe there's a way I can flip the camera, but I don't know. So here. Okay, we're gonna mute you. And I forgot I'm on this thing. So I don't know if you can even hear it. Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. I can't even believe I'm finna show this right now. Okay. Now where's the thing? This ain't it. Here it goes. Hold on. It's like I can't even think right now because I can't even believe I'm finna share this. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. Can't see like that. Um, I don't know how to turn this camera around. Let me see me move this out the way.
I was able to see it.
You can
Yeah,
see
yeah.
it.
Yes.
I can't see it. Okay. Is that better?
We can't hear it, but we can see it. The video work is nice. We can hear it, but we can't see it. We can see it, but we can't hear it. And the video work is nice.
Yeah, okay, so it's just not going to do it any justice to do it this way. So, yeah, I want to share it, but I don't know how to share it.
What app is it in?
InShot.
Oh. It's too big.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the direct link to Facebook.
You said does it have a direct link to Facebook?
Yeah.
You know what? I might be able to. I could share it as a post on Facebook, can I? And then I can link it on here and watch it on the face. Okay, yeah, yeah. See. Okay. I'm saving it again. I gotta go through this advertisement that's over 50 minutes, over 50 seconds long, almost a minute.
Advertisement video?
Yeah.
Are you paid for that?
Huh?
Are you getting paid for that? You should be.
I'm not paying for the app.
If they're playing an ad across your video, like if I go to play your video and I gotta watch an ad first and or in between or after, you should be getting currency. And that's what some of that talk about SoundCloud and some of these other apps are about. They making money off us left and right. Like Facebook is the only person I'll give that right to. That's why I won't go to Telegram or none of the not Telegram, TikTok or none of the other ones. Facebook came and they got us. They're the only ones that I'll let do that type of deal with. Everybody else, I'm not giving everybody else that right like that. Because these people eat and we gets nothing.
It's that time of the day that everybody loves one person.
Okay, I got it. Now I gotta link it.
Did you ever listen to Bernie Mac? Did you like Bernie Mac?
Why are you not investing in tax rates? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most Chair now recognizes Miss Margaret Taylor Greene from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cheadle, I'd like to remind.
And wait, and I gotta say this too. I'm telling you, I don't really pay attention to them, but these politicians are hilarious. And their demeanor towards each other. Some of them really genuinely don't like each other. And having to deal with the other one across the floor. And you can tell the ones who think the other one is just a problem altogether. The fine senator from Alabama, I say thank you.
Remind you that you're under oath. The site team has a senior supervisor, advanced team, a protective intelligence team, a counter sniper element, and detail. Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her Secret Service background? So I'm not going to provide.
That's it?
Yes, this is it. Okay, so let me go back to it and push play. Okay, so we're gonna mute. biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully.
Task force.
Mothers are the overseers of the growth and development of our youth. We are the total recall, the Indigo Task Force, the total recall of the Matriarch. We stand against genocide, cruel and unusual crime against women and children, population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare.
Matriarch LLC stands with revolutionary women. The Indigo Task Force. Mothers around the world is the return of the matriarch. The Indigo Task Force are the chosen sons and daughters, the forerunners, the recon team, collecting data to teach the next generations in remembrance of previous lifetimes. We protect Indigo tribes. We are the care bears. Mama bears, the beanie queens, protecting our legacy, our progeny, creating safe havens for a matriarch. Got boots on the ground. We are the Indigo Task Force. We are the matriarchal power. We're standing in the gap as we keep it moving forward with boots on the ground. We're on divine assignment, connecting mothers in the right alignment to protect the Indigo tribes as we advocate against injustice. We are the Indigo Task Force. The Indigo Task Force. We stand against genocide, cruel and unusual crimes against women and children, population control, germ, chemical, and biological warfare, along with the invasion of foreigners operating on our land, usurping the people and the resources unlawfully. Mothers are the overseers. The Indigo Task Force is standing in the gap, family caregivers, here to protect our special needs with compassion, consideration, patience, and understanding. We stand in the gap for the mental health crisis we are faced with internally and externally. We form up like ants, information and unity. It's time for activation of ITF, the Indigo Task Force. We must form a union of bodies who are willing and able to activate. In the process of the bloodless revolution is the only solution. Return of the Matriarch. We are the Indigo Task Force. Indigo Task Force.
Return of the Matriarch.
Get that Islamism. Islamism. That's that work. That it's as simple as that. I mean, I don't know what else to say to people. Everything we're looking for is in our hands. This is it. And that's a great example of that's a great example of it. You're muted. You're muted.
I gotta mute you because there's a lot of static when we're you can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, so we're gonna have to take these off. All right. So yes, it was so simple, and I was like, okay, I can allow that one simple aspect to defeat me, or I can move forward and do the greatest that I could do for myself. And I was like, if anything, um, it's a performing art. Music is a performing art. So if you're going to submit music, you have to perform. And so what if I do win the competition and they're like, hey, perform that song? Indigo, you know what I'm saying? So that means I gotta practice and learn the words, because I wrote the song. I wrote it. It's my words, but I be doing stuff so fast, I don't practice it because I find a beat, and when that beat resonates with me, then the message comes. And sometimes the message is before the beat, so the beat has to match the message, so it's different ways that I put it together, depending on what vibe I'm in, I guess. So I wrote this song and found the music, and the music helped me to go deeper in the song. Well, actually, I'm talking about the song that I wrote today, Change Gonna Come, that song. And so I kind of want to hear it again. You want to hear it? Let's just vibe to some music.
Yeah. So let me say this. So you told me stop calling myself sports, right? But
Yes.
that's one. Listen what you just said. I wrote this one. And so sometimes I have my music on and be practicing and I forget the lyrics. And I'm like, hold up. I wrote this song. How don't I know the words? And then, I call myself that name when I do it because I wrote it. It can't be any worse than that you actually sat down, you wrote everything, and now you can't remember from one verse to the other what you said.
Because when they say leave it all on the track, you leave it all on the track. And when you release it out of yourself, now the music that you have recorded is to help you to remember, just like you remember everything else. That's why I put things in music. So when in communication, things like that come up, if I got a song about it, I'm just going to recite my song to you because the song is true. You know what I'm saying? We can either listen to it or I can give it to you in a speech or orientation. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I can orate as well. Because I said it. I wrote it. So anything that I have written, I can speak it, and I know how to reverb it, remix it. You know what I'm saying? Add to it, take from it based on what is needed and the time, or how much time is allowed to get the message out. I know how to shorten it and I know how to lengthen it, based on the circumstances, because it's my information. It's where it came out, and it was inspired through a lot of things. But when I said it, I said it different. You know what I'm saying? And I took a whole lot of things and I created something beautiful, and then I'm sharing it with you from my point of view. This is my perception of 15,000 things in one, combined to make sense for the all. I just did you a favor. You ain't got to go and do all of that. Listen to this, gain some insight, and go do your own research. Now, if you come back because you knew what I said was true, or you know what I'm saying, most times when I have grown accustomed to is people will come around you long enough to steal something from you. And once they steal it, they put their name all over it and they change it up, but they never give credit. See, that's why purposely give credit to people, and some people don't even want you. Let me tell you something that happened, right? This is one of them situations where I felt that word. So I would listen to Sabir Bey, and he used the word factology. I had never heard the word factology. So I wrote a song and in tribute to him, this word factology, and I'd be like, yeah, right, because if somebody came in the comments and was like, that's not even his word, he didn't coin that word, so and so coined that word, and I was like, oh, I bet you he wasn't planning on that one. And so he one of them people that I just think is really, arrogant in his ways, you know what I'm saying, and how he does things, and he just has his own way of doing things. That's the Severe Bay way. And so I did this song. It would be nice to actually hear that song, because that's a song that I don't listen to. So I would like to hear it, to even hear what I said, because I was okay. So I went into it like I would support people who was sending out positive messages. And if your message resonated with me at whatever stage that was that it was resonating, then that's when I would listen to what you had going on and pay attention to you. And so I was listening to Sabir Bey for some time, and I would even go and speak on his platform. I would log on and show my face and everything, and it was a few times he got a little out the way with his arrogance and how he want to handle me. You understand what I'm saying? And I have to let him know very nicely, you can't handle me. And so because you can't handle me, you always gonna have a problem with me, because I'm gonna make it difficult on purpose. And I'm standing on principle. You know what I'm saying? You can't even argue with what I'm coming with, for real. You can't argue with that. What you can do is uh ignore me or mute me while my face is on your screen and you sending out your message, or you know what I'm saying, just certain things he would do that was just kind of funny acting. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like, okay, so here's another thing. This is so crazy. I on my way to California, I messaged um I messaged Shabaka, Sabir Bey, and D Ross. And this is when if you don't know who D Ross is, uh he's one of the brothers that I was listening to initially, following mental magic when it came to more science in the most unorthodox way of receiving information, to understand how much deeper uh being a Moor is, from someone speaking a language that I could understand. And so I messaged them to let them know that me and my daughters were traveling. We were trying to find refuge, really, and if they had any resources, or you know what I'm saying, anyone that they could get us in touch with. Sabir Bey, his comment to me was, you don't ever ask for anything, basically. Something like this is years ago now. But don't ask, you don't in this area, you come in here, you don't ask for things. Basically let me know in so many words that I couldn't he had nothing to give for support or anything like that. Now, I'm fresh and new and understanding this Moorish walk of life, what Moorish, being Moorish American is, what the Moorish Science Temple of America is all about, and starting to research and learn. So I was looking for, okay, so there's got to be some connections and things and people, you know what I'm saying, where to help get out of the situation that I was in, because I was not in a very good situation. You know what I'm saying? I didn't feel safe all the time. So, and a lot of it was due to the fact that I had denounced being black and African American, and everybody that was accepting that title, those titles with me, were no longer in agreement with me. So they can't help me now because they've taken a stance. We're black, we're African American, and she's acting like a witch. You know what I'm saying? And she's all these weird and crazy things. So I'm looking for the network. And he let me know right up front that there was no network with him. He didn't even direct me to a woman. Like, hey, I got a sis over here who, and I know this is good, good foundation here. Someone reach out to her. There was no connection at all. I met up with Shabaka. Shabaka, I'm gonna talk about him right now. Uh, he was trying. It seemed like he was trying to place fear in me from the bottom of California to the north of California. And what I mean by fear is I'm saying, hey Shabaka, what's going on? Yeah, Mandela Khan told me to get in touch with you and let you know that we was in California. He was like, okay, I got a job paying $100 a day. You can come up here. And I'm thinking, okay, I can quickly get on my feet. And so we I'm like, I've stopped at a rest area right now. He was like, yeah, watch out, be careful, because there are snakes. And I'm like, I ain't worried about no, I ain't doing nothing too much with it. Well, I hope you got something on you, a weapon or something, because these people out here are crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I done made it all the way from Alabama to California. If ain't nobody got me now, ain't worried about who gonna get me here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I ain't worried about none of that stuff. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean by put fear. Just his. That's just, if you know Shabaka, you already understand what I'm saying. That's just, and to him, that's not being negatively impactful. That's just warning you that there's things to be aware of, and he don't mean no harm. But you gotta know Shabaka to understand this. So, but Shabaka did reach out and he did assist, and he was a helpful connection and resource to our situation. And I wouldn't have changed that situation for anything, because it was just what it needed to be. You know what I'm saying? And so nonetheless, I feel like those people who do the most great deeds are the ones who go unnoticed. So I've challenged myself to not only talk about me, but to talk about others that are doing great things, because if no one mentions their name, I did. If only 2 people remember their name, it was because I said it. You know what I'm saying? And so I like to honor people and how they teach me, and then to also mark them in the book for later acknowledgement for anyone who comes across my material, because you got to know where I got it from, because the information goes deeper than what I'm coming with. I'm just a reflection of someone else's studies. So you should go study what they studied, because I studied what they studied. And if you found it interesting with me, oh, you gonna love it over there. You know what I'm saying? Because you get to dive deeper. You know what I'm saying? Learning to tread water. So I created this song, Factology, to because I still had a respect for Sabir Bey because of the work that he was doing. And I was still new and fresh into the information, but in time, I very rarely even go out. I'll click on his video, and the first thing he say, I'll be like, oh, he get on my damn nerves. And then my daughter, she'll start laughing immediately, because she already know it's Sabir that I'm talking about. That's how serious it is. It's like he's my arch nemesis, and he doesn't even know it. I want to meet him just so I can be like, are you really like this in person? Like, okay, because I want to say it to your face. I want you to see me in person, to know I'm this person too. Are you really gonna be that way in person? I gotta meet him. Sabir Bey is one of those people I gotta meet. Oh, you gonna meet me, Sabir Bey. You gonna meet Akshita Veda. And you gonna respect me, damn it. So listen, I did this song in tribute to Sabir Bey, because I learned a lot listening to Sabir. No matter, we may disagree on our ideologies and things, and how we deal with people, and how we deal with information. Okay? And so he's been in the game for a really long time. He's a valuable asset to anyone who can get close to him and just pick his brain. So yeah, I might talk some junk about Sabir Bey. I don't care. Yeah, I'll talk junk to his face. I sure will. And then have an intellectual conversation in the midst of. In full respect. Oh, you gonna respect me, Sabir. So look, you just one of them people who have been in the path of my growth and development, and he will never be forgotten nor put to the wayside as if he's not worthy or valuable, important. He is who he is, and he stands firm in who he is, and at this point you can't do nothing but respect that. So that's where I'm at with it. So in that, I'm gonna go ahead and share this song I titled Factology, in tribute to our sun star, our bro star, our brother, who, however you want to say it, is on you. You know what we mean. Sabir Bey. Okay, now let's see. I'm trying to play with this thing, so I can get familiar with Factology, the context of creating the Band Lab. This is Akshita V, the chosen one, poetry, Akshita chosen style, chosen daughter of the matriarch. Of the matriarch, yep, that's right. Talking Factology. Sabir Bey said Factology. Factology.
Factology. My way is giving me that good energy. Factology, giving me that good energy. Factology, keep spreading that knowledge, please. Factology, so big got that hip hop you see. Jump on the feed, so we can see you, please. Get all your books to read and come with your sources, please. At least 3, you'll get 10 minutes. Coming from the fifth element. He's gonna open up a cipher and the knowledge from history. We shall decipher and the journeys that he traveled. Cause you know he's the traveling more. Does he need to tell us once more? We know he's the king of repetition. He's gonna make sure that we get it, so that we never forget it. He shared his journey for his legacy, so his spirit would never leave. So never have to grieve. Thank you, legend in the game. I respect you. Factology. In this factology. It's giving me that good energy. Sabir Bay, say factology. Sabir Bay, say factology. Factology. Giving me good energy. Factology. It's giving me that good energy. Keep spreading the knowledge, please. So he can come on the feed. With hip hop you see. Yeah. Don't be scared, come on so we can see you, please. Let us see your face. Bring all your books. Let us hear your voice. And with the options to get resources, please. You got 10 minutes, to jump on the feed. And don't forget to bring factology.
That's hot. I never thought of the word factology. And I'm telling all the word games I played, I'd never seen factology. But it's a confirmation of truth and facts from the study or experience of a situation or statement, the knowledge, real right. So for my personal self, I'm something like a factologist. If we're going to keep that word going, I would be a yeah. So I like that word. I never heard that. I've never heard that word before, and I love words.
Okay, so look, before it came on the feed, I wrote down IST, the ist in a word. And I wrote that down. And it means basically, let me see, where did I write it at? I know I wrote, ist in racist is to make notice that one performs. It takes an action. It's a one who takes the action to make or produce a specified thing and or specializes in the art, science, and skill of whatever that ist is attached to. So I use that in the song Change Gonna Come. That information right there, I use that in the song. And so it's the science of racism, because there's measurable data to show and prove that it does exist, so it cannot be denied. And that which cannot be denied, found wrong, must be corrected. Instead of correcting it, they use scientific data to excuse it and manipulate the information with time. There's nothing more patient than a hunter. And if your ultimate goal is to conquer and gain and greed, to have while others have not, while you have plenty, many have nothing. And so that was another thing I was in the process of writing. I'm always writing stuff. Okay. And so some things I might write and come back to it when I find something that kind of goes with it or get the full message. Because sometimes, information will come in bits and spurts. You don't get it all at one time, because the little bit that you did receive is what's going to lead you to the next little bit of information. That was just the clue to get you there. And so I don't always, but I try to write down my clues so I can go into search, because I'm just intrigued by knowledge and information. It's just one of the greatest things to me, is to be able to know. And now this love of knowing came from the phonics system. I was one of the first children in America to use the phonics system in school. I remember it was a new program. I was in the 3rd grade. It was 1988. And so I don't know if phonics was new or if it was just new to my school. But everybody didn't have phonics. I went to a predominantly Caucasian school at that age, and they were being offered things that everybody else, other schools in Mobile County, were not being offered. You see, so it was something that was saying, hey, you're lucky to be here to get this, because everybody else that look like you don't get this, and you get to learn something that other children aren't learning. So then is when I understood and knew the importance of knowing how to read, and not just know how to read, but to comprehend what you read. And so comprehension is really what you're learning to do. You're not reading, you're comprehending information. You're comprehending information.
We went to a crisis 1970, I guess, to 1970 till I was 10 years old. Whatever the school ages is, I started off in the private school. It was Sister Clara Muhammad School. I remember in learning to read phonics and having to deal with phonics. And my mother and them was the teacher. My mother was my teacher. She got up in the morning, made our oatmeal, put it in Tupperware bowls, bring us to the mosque, the temple, where we sat in the mosque from 8 o'clock in the morning to like 5, 6 in the evening, dealing with nothing but that. That was it. Because after school, there was programs that they put on. So like 2:30, 3 o'clock, then we had programs. Say we was always around us growing up. And that after school, you probably end up at somebody's house, depending upon what was going on or something, or cousins.
That's what's missing today.
Yes, ma'am.
People don't even welcome their own family into their homes.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I'm saying? And I feel like this, when you're not willing to welcome people into your home, that's because you got something to hide. That means that that person that you're presenting yourself to be, you're really not that at home.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with everybody. The thing that tore that apart was crack. Crack, 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 crack. The most of the destruction of our family fabric is done. Crack is the culprit because me and Moshe was talking about it. I was there when hip hop started, and I and most of the people I knew were in homes with mothers and fathers. When hip hop started, our parents were in the same house. So it was after hip hop and the conduct of people that broke the home down. And like I was 15 in 1980 when hip hop hit the scene. So let's say within the next 2 years, I actually learned how to talk to women, young girls, and there were certain things that if you asked the girl then, she'd probably knock your head to the other side of the world just for you asking. That today, through the crack era, just became like everyday action for everybody. It was no big thing. You heard about it. Sometimes you seen it going on in backyards and stuff. So crack, that whole epidemic is what tore our community apart. And we could go into we didn't have ships and stuff, because all of that's real. We didn't have the ship stability. No, none of that. But who's to say a few of us didn't and weren't a part of flooding the neighborhood with the drugs? Who's to say that? So to say we didn't have it, I'm not going to say that. I am going to say we didn't have to participate. We did. We see the damage we did. We can compare it to what England with the British did to China with the opium is what they did to us. They neutralized us. Then if anybody's seen the Panther movie, the dude from the CIA sat on the boat and said they was going to neutralize us. So they did it. But being the person I am today, I'm going to say what damn fools we was that we fed into it, the way we fed into it. And then what came behind it in the political world. And this is why the news matter. In 1991, they came out with a law that told everybody if you got caught, if you had the drugs in your system, you would get less time than just being a dealer. And that's when the dealers started using the crack. And that's how we got even more crackheads out there. So this is why, because we have to know your enemy. As soon as they say, because brothers started coming in taking urines and their urine, I'm like, well, why your urine dirty? Oh man, they say if you get it in your system, you get less time. So you're using it now? Prior to that, real niggas, not niggers, real niggas, we wasn't touching it. We wasn't dealing with it like that. So that 91 is when I seen that switch and change. Also, within the next 2 years, they came to me in the office and told me that I had to send 10% of my population back to jail. At the same time, the politicians are on TV talking about the recidivism rate. Well, who do y'all think y'all talking to? I work for the state where the organization said, we're going to help the Black community, the African American community, and give them opportunities. And the opportunity is when you get arrested, instead of going to jail, You stay out of jail and report to this program for 3 to 8. It could end up being 8 hours pending your charges, but 3 to 4 hours a day, you would sit there and we go through these groups and stuff, right? You have to take urines, you have to other reports you got to make and do and stuff. Not writing reports, people you have to go see. So this is where they're coming in, giving the dirty urines at. They're doing this not to clog up the jails. At a certain time of the year, 10% of my population got to go back to jail. What does that even mean? How does that happen? How do I, sitting in this office, decide that 10% of my people are going to go back to your desk, go through your file, and find something they did wrong and book them for that? Like, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me you want me to go back? They had a problem 3 months ago. We sat down and talked about it. They're living up to their end now. You want me to send them back to jail for that? They said, if that's what it is, yeah, send them back to jail. I ain't doing that. That's snake work. I'm not doing that. So this is the reason for paying attention to the news, because on the news, the politicians are complaining about the recidivism rate. You're making the recidivism rate through your institutions. If I'm sending them back to jail, the police are outside collecting to send to jail. You're making recidivism rate. It's not just happening. And this is why I say I see, I guess I just see things different because I was in it. I was in it. So I see it different. I hear it different. It tastes different to me than the offers when everybody else hear it. It comes across to me different because I was a part of it. I was told we was fixing something, and it turned out in the end we was using our power and our abilities to keep harming people. And I never got that taste out of my mouth. I don't like that. You try to use me to do it. Because you can relate to them. They like you. You relate to them. Yeah, you get them back there in the group and you talk to them. And you know what? For the stuff y'all are telling me, if I was a client here, I'd whoop my ass if I went in there and did that. I'm not going to go in there and do that. And I wouldn't wait until we was outside. I'd whoop my ass in here because I came across like a brother who understands and knows what goes on and stuff. I'd whoop my tail right here inside the office because I'm already going back to jail. So what's so why not take it out on you for lying, playing games, and doing the same thing to us? I thought we was going in here. I thought everybody got it. I thought we were supposed to be a part of the system so we could make a change. And not one of you was speaking up for a change. You're all willing to go back to your desk and send 10% of your population back to jail. You know why? Because you're all black. Because you're African Americans. That's why you're doing it. That's why I won't.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's why I kind of didn't go into the field of criminal justice because that was one of my options because I wanted to help the youth. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to work down there in the youth detention, but then I realized they were doing more corrupt things in there than you could imagine. And so it's just I didn't want to have a part of that, but then another part of me was like to go and be a part of it, to see it so I would know from the inside view of it. But then it was almost like you done been through enough in your life to already understand what that's all about. You don't have to go through that again. So I was exempt from that being a part of my journey to awaken to real issues, private issues that had become public problems. Okay? And so when it becomes private problems become public issues. And once it becomes a public issue, then that's when everyone can stick their nose in and say, okay, we need to help you fix it because you have proven that you are not capable of balancing your own life. So we're here to take over for you because we have good stake in you. We're the stakeholders, and we want to make sure that we maintain good quality product. So we're going to take your offspring and feed them corn kernels and rice. Nothing real. Train them how to be and eat like we want them to eat so they can fatten up quicker. All along, while their bodies are fattening up quicker, the immune system that they were given, because just like we have an immune system, so do these animals have immune systems, and their bodies automatically begin to create things to fight off what's unnatural, and all of that is what is poisoning to our body because it's full of mucus and sickness. And that's why I'm talking about going back to not eating meat again. This is why. And then, okay, so I have this conversation quite often. Do you know or believe that there's a real cow and a fake cow? Now, let me tell you why. That's just a question to hold on your own. Is there such thing as a real cow and a fake cow? When you're driving on the interstate or down the backcountry highways and byways, what do the cow look like? They're solid brown. They're black. They're laid down usually under trees, or they may be grazing, and they're doing their own thing. They're free. They're healthy. Okay, drive through Texas. Drive through El Paso. They have miles of the interstate is alongside their ranches of black and white speckled spotted cows, and these cows have snot running down their nose, are nasty, they stink. Driving past the pastures on the highways and byways, you don't smell stinky cow manure. You don't smell sickness and stinkiness. But when you drive past those ranches that hold a tremendously crazy number of cattle that are black and white, though they're hybrid animals. They're not even real. And that's where a majority of meat comes from. So all meat is not bad. It's where you get your meat from. Right? So if you're looking for the bargain, you're probably eating the black and white hybrid cow. It looked like a cow. All the pictures paint them black and white. How many cow do you see on commercials that represent a real cow? You don't. They always black and white. Why? Because they want you to think that's the real cow. And that's what's there. Those animals are being pumped up with all kind of different testing drugs and things like that because they're hybrid. They were created. What's that say? You're on mute.
It says cattle are large domesticated animals that are kept in livestock for their meat, milk, or hides. Can you see that? Is that what you're talking about? That black and white right there? Now you're mute. Now you're mute. Is that the black and white right here?
Yes. But I'm talking about how they have them in the cattle ranches, and they're like basically on top of one another. Let me see. I'm gonna mute myself. I assume this is gonna have to be something that you capture in person because they're not gonna show you the real thing on this internet in no quick and fast way.
Wait a minute.
You still looking at the cow?
Yeah, because I've seen videos with abused cows that for sale that they were taken to slaughter. That's the word. Slaughterhouse.
I don't even like to see those videos. Think about all the stressors. The stress does something to the meat. That's just like the adrenochrome epidemic, right?
Now, do fish have feelings?
Yes.
Because
Fish
now you're
have
talking
feelings. Yes. It can't be denied. Yes. Okay. So so I won't ask that question anymore. Fish have feelings. Oh, I think I asked my brother that. Did I ask him?
That's the type of I never really thought about it when it came to the cow type of view, but I do know like we're not even supposed to drink cow milk, but it was done through Hollywood for the cattle ranchers to make money off the milk. And that's how we started drinking milk, and it became a part of our diet because the cattle ranchers or the doctors looked at milk and said, okay, let's qualify milk as a, then everybody went and brought milk, and the cattle ranchers made a bunch of money. But that's the interesting thing about the advertising world, marketing, media, the influence of it. There was even an old commercial, I'm paraphrasing, or should I just say, that taught you that when it came to your Negro customers, you wanted to sell them the most expensive things because Negroes like expensive things. Don't offer them anything cheap. Bring them to your most highest product or service, and they will buy it. And this, and then they show a couple come in and they walk over there looking at the jewelry, and the woman points at the case, and then they go to another. But it was and this is what, 1930s? I thought we didn't have any money. Why are you showing us the most expensive stuff so we can come back and steal it? No, our people had monies, and they set up that psychology where you like expensive stuff. So now you come all the way up to today in hip hop, and wasn't everybody running around with gold chains on and diamonds and glistening and stuff? It's a taught behavior that society, because it's not, we can't just say it's our children, our people, it's everybody. So it's a whole stuck society that is stuck. And they're just stuck in that mess. So, you know, we see it, we know it. And so that's why we look to improve everything. But these are factors that mostly we don't consider when we're dealing with the people and talking about what we're talking about. But I have to deal with it because I'm talking to, I mean, do you know how hard it isn't to present us to what we call Caucasian people? When I tell them I'm a Moor and stuff, and don't let them understand more. Oh, really? Wow, I thought, and we try, like you were speaking on the Assyrians, and this is a point I want to make about it. We deal with these names as if those people don't exist anymore. Well, who told us that? We're right here. We're right here. The stories are told as if the Roman Empire is gone and the families of the Roman, no, they're here. Everybody's here. Everybody from them books in the past are standing right here. The only group who don't know where they belong, I'm not even gonna say it. Every other group knows where they belong. Their history is written down and told, but their history is our history. And it's a mixed thing. But you're lost in it because you said you don't know who you are, where you're from, where your roots are from. And then when you're being told, it's just, ah! So, but it's just funny how all these things go around and relate to each other and deal with each other and match up in the end. It's just funny how it all does and how it all comes around. Those people from the past, the Assyrians, the Nubians, the whatever you want to call them, they're here. The Tamiri and the Tamaru, they're Moors. So no matter how the Moab, Canaan, Phoenician, Phonics, Phoenician, it's us. It's all us. And that's all we got to do is accept that. It's just that simple, that we are these so-called lost people or people who don't, the Mayans, the Aztecs, they're us. They didn't
Why
get
is
lost.
it why is it every other nation of people know where they're from, and they're not considered a lost people, but everyone that we're connected to is a lost people, like they just fell off the end of the earth and never returned, and there was no bloodline left here at all to, because we're just gonna remember them for who they were. But it's the it's the youngest of the species that is it's like the baby with the keys to the car, because they can drive the little tight tight with the little buggy with the little yellow top. So, oh, you did such a good job staying on the sidewalk. I'm gonna give you the keys to the car. You get to drive the big boy. You know what I'm saying? You get to drive the big boy now, and then you give the baby the keys, and they have no idea what they're doing. They can't even see over the steering wheel type deal. And you think I'm finna get in the passenger seat with you, but um somehow it worked, because they started showing people flashing lights and sparkly things, and credit, and without teaching what credit really was. You know what I'm saying? And so all these things in turn you into a slave to the system. And so this is the corruption of the IRS and everything that was established after the 1930s. That was the Great Depression, coming out of the, or going into the Great Depression, out of, or coming out of it.
Coming out, the depression was in 1929.
Okay.
And everything got turned around by 1933 with the Banking Act.
Right.
That made all citizens of the United States enemy of the state by the way they did banking. And so the banking, birth certificate, social security card, all of that was relegated then and started then and has carried on till now. And this has been the real loss of us, and us wanting to get our voting rights. All of that messed us up. All of that messed us up. So start.
Yeah, because it was under the auspices of the fact that voting changed things or helped things to change. And so when you present your case of propaganda, you know what I'm saying, you want to paint the picture. And that's why a lot of time propaganda is told through comics and pictures. And that's why people like to read the comics. It's not because they're funny. They're a part of a group or a society that uses that column of the paper to communicate. And see, we think it's weird that people think we're weird for communicating in the same fashion, but it's being done by the higher elites of the government, because they can't have these conversations in person. They cannot have these conversations on the phone. They cannot even a lot of times have these in the depths of these conversations, even amongst other members. Because remember, they're a secret society, so they don't have to be open about everything as long as we agree to agree not to be. So we'll worship together, and we'll call upon the same energy to manifest all of our separate things. And when they're doing these ritualistic meditations and summoning of energies and spirits, all these people who are asking are bringing down lesions onto the planet to operate through them. And it's almost like, have you ever seen the movie with Denzel Washington, Fallen? Okay. And one of those names was actually mentioned, I believe, by the Cosmon brothers, Daryl or Cal.
Zazel.
Zazel. Right. And so why would they use that name in that film? And if you really watch that movie and really see what it's all about, it can even be transformed through the animal's body or the animal species. So there's nothing that it cannot transform into or use as a mode of travel, because that's what this body is. It's a mode of travel. And if we're not operating in spirit, our spirit is not strong, we could easily be overpowered by something so powerful in the unseen that has the ability to take possession of. And if you are a willing participant to this, you're promised certain things or you gain certain things because you're allowing this energy to operate within you. So a lot of times people are unconsciously unaware of their agreement. And that's why I accept times when I have little and I'm still able, because I'm not making any deals behind closed doors and then coming out front and acting like I didn't just shake hands with the devil. And a lot of people are doing that, have done that. And so of course they can't be open and honest with you. So secret societies and things like that, I don't even know how we got on that, honestly, at this point, because I think I done went so far away from where we started. But how was it just like almost 2 hours ago I was like, oh, I'm tired, and the time just skipped and hopped and jumped that fast to 5 hours and 28 minutes. My golly. So I got this song, right? Who's Speaking the Truth? And this song was a tribute to all the brothers. This is what I called them at the time, but the sun stars that provided information in time and were in my journey the forerunners in the information that has carried me to this point of knowledge and information. And I forever want them to be acknowledged and observed for the information that they brought based on their own study. And so I would like to share that song. It's one of the longest songs that I have. I think it's like 7 minutes. Is that okay? It's all the way through talking about different people.
Yes, ma'am. I remember the song.
You remember? You heard it?
You played it once before. You said it
Oh. Well, you want to hear it again?
Yeah, go ahead. That's what we're here.
Okay, so let's do it. Who's speaking the truth? Who's speaking the truth? Who's speaking the truth? Who's coming through with the real game? Giving out the real game. Who is speaking the truth? They not coming as the same. Oh, the old school of the new fools. This is a new school. In a new age, pay attention as we enter a new stage of growth and development. Who's speaking and what they speaking about? Who's speaking and what they speaking about? First, giving honor and praise to the one and only chosen S-U-N of the Matriarch, the one who appointed me, Ashita V, to hold the position of the chosen daughter of the Matriarch. Much love, much respect to my partner in time. I'm gonna give respect and honor to Chief Christopher Nyimbi, who taught me about the Nigerians from the sub-Saharan location of land of the indigenous who traveled the land to create civilizations across the lands. We are here, we don't fear. Nigerians bring light, that's right. Nigerians bring light, Nigerians bring light. Speaking the truth. Feed me with information and I will give it back to you. Akshita style poetry. Frequency flow. This is how you'll know I'm listening and paying attention. I'm paying attention. That's the reason I'm glitching, because there is a lack of knowledge flow, logic, common sense, critical thinking. But we got Sabir Bay bringing knowledge through the knowledge verses. And he invites you and all to join his show to share your knowledge over verses. Come on and show us what you know. He brings the fifth element of what we bring through hip hop. I thought I told you that we won't stop. Then we got Rod Hayes. He's a general, a protector of the matriarch. He has a message that will bring the women through safe from harm. Because the soldiers rocking with him wear crowns under the right teaching. Base of instructions, guerrilla warfare. Guerrillas guide the matriarch through. Honor to the gods of the disciples in the real ganglands. Right here in Turtle Island. The elephants represent the matriarch. That's who, that's why I'm stomping so loud. Ashita's here and I got boots on the ground. We got boots on the ground. With all this war going on, we can't forget to laugh. And sometimes we should laugh at our own pain. So I go to Joseph Howard's page. He's bound to say something right off the brain. He's telling the truth, using words like cockazoid with a Chopper City style, telling stories. He's a real chill griot, that's what I know. And if you ain't laughing while you listening to him, you're probably catching some jewels. Like a Mardi Gras, he's throwing moon pies. Moon pie. Who's coming through with the real? Giving out real game. Who's ready to step out on this real stage of life? Eternal life. Death we know no more. Because we are team no fear over here. We're speaking the truth. Gonna give a shout out to you too. Frank Burrell. Bringing the magic of the mind and mental magic. Omniverse City showed me the way inside to identify myself as one with nature. To know who I am as part and partial to this land. I know I am more. We are more. He gives us more knowledge as a nation within the nation, based on a name. We are more. I'm coming to you.
in the building. Butcher to the tribe, the Messiah code. My brother Lazarus Lamel is the prime minister of the Walu tribe of Coon. We welcome you to the age of Aquarius. We got the information that will get you information. Coon. We bring the boom through the Messiah code, divination diva. Ashita Veda, learn psychic warfare through voodoo. This is how we stay protected like you. A computer who needs a firewall. Who's speaking the truth? We got Shabaka Sankoray. Black Panther Chaos God, I'll say, with a voice that roars. And protection addressing the cognitive dissonance across the land. Let's give thanks to Mad Dr. D for the plan, for the platform to be heard through Shabaka's Black Experience exposed. Spreading love from the Oak Town, Panther Town, it's where it's going down. Don't forget about D-Ray, D-Ross, telling true lies, speaking facts, on facts, always got facts on deck. In the garage blowing trees, showing us facts on the map right there. He bring more knowledge, more logic to help us understand who we are on this land. That's right. These are the brothers that shine light, that help me to get free and respect. So I gotta mention Third Eye High, Jermaine Farmer Bay, teaching about the legal way, how to break down legalese. Open up your eyes so you can see what they hiding right in front of you. Before it started, you always take them 5 shots. Love, truth, peace, freedom, justice. To God himself as a pure example of what it means to be more. What is it to be more? So, who's coming through with the real, giving real game, living their life free, national name? I just named a few. These are the men who saw me through my dark age into my life. I'm being made whole again. I am 1, 2, 3, Ashita V. I am a Messiah type. I am a Messiah type.
That's fire. You know, you ever hear of a wasp?
I want to say yes, but I don't know of it. I mean, it's familiar, but I never looked at it and studied myself.
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. One of their publications. And then at the bottom it says the future of our representation of our nation. That's what they're scared of. What happened? Okay. So I always found things like this humorous. I like the humor, but then, see, I remember reading stuff where Caucasian people, their argument was, this isn't their land, this isn't their constitution, wasn't made for them. That's what it was. The Constitution wasn't written for them. And so 14th, 15th Amendment, we know this to be true. If it wasn't written for us, why are we fighting for it? Trying to be underneath it? Trying to work within it? So, and I'm trying to dig up some of those exposés where we could read it for ourselves and see that that was the basic language right after slavery, that it wasn't written for us. So why are we trying to go underneath it? And a lot of that caused a lot of the us trying to be underneath it is what caused the problems. I want to be like Mike.
Basically, that's what it boils down to. Wanting something that doesn't uh, fit you or suit you because the advertisements are more convincing. How often do we choose things when we're shopping for whatever reason we're shopping for that we want things based on the advertisement that we've seen rather than the ingredients contained within? You know what I'm saying? Like we would go for the advertised popular advertising rather than to check the ingredients. I mean, and you know, there's so many options at the grocery store. And so I have learned the secret to shopping is to read the ingredients. That's how you choose. That's how you choose. And so I'm all these years I've been grocery shopping. I have been one to go for the advertisement, but because I'm being more consciously aware of what I am consuming, I'm more interested in the contents within rather than and I find that the things that are not being advertised usually taste better. The ones that have the off-brand name usually have like this different taste to it. It's more natural taste. Uh, sometimes, um,
We
but
didn't eat pork, and so my mother made us use the ingredients on bread. And if it didn't say vegetable oil or vegetable short, if it just said shortening, we wasn't allowed to get it because then they use lard or something like that in order to make the bread. It had to say vegetable oil or vegetable shortening, something like that, in order to get it. And then if you did, like a couple of times, I didn't read. I just went in there and grabbed because I was trying to get back to my little electric football men. And when I got to the house with the bread, my mother would smack us up and send us back to the store to go change it back out for the type of bread she, I say get home pride. So we had to take Wonder back to get home pride. It was ever since I was a child, reading. That was always a thing. And reading the ingredients for food and the instructions on how to cook food was, I don't remember nothing else.
well, that was good teaching. Um, you came up. I wanted to say this earlier too, uh, and I think I did make mention, but nonetheless, the way you grew up is what we're missing in today's society. Um, there's not enough mothers on duty. It's the mother's responsibility to teach, and the father is to enforce what the mother is teaching. And it is also the father's responsibility to know each child as the mother knows each child. Because if the father knows each child as the mother knows each child, the mother can uh, cry her woes at the end of a tough day. And the father is to have his own way of communicating with the offspring of the children, so that they understand, hey, you're not gonna, number one, you're not gonna disrespect your mother. Number two, if I got to say something to you, know what I'm saying? You gotta know that you've already been warned and you did not heed to the warning, so therefore now I got to bring the hammer. And so for whatever that is, it's the enforcement behind the law. And so yeah, um that's what's missing today. And a lot of times there's fathers having to be the law and the enforcer, the nurturer, and you know what I'm saying, the guide, and also mothers like myself are having to be all those things in opposite effect. So blended families matter because sometimes it just doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, it's okay as long as you choose someone who chooses you and your little people.
To each their own. It makes a difference how we blend in. And that's the only thing I can, to each their own how you blend. Because
Okay, well, yeah, what I mean by blended families is specifically what I meant by that is he has children, she has children, and they accept one another's children as their own. There's no difference in how these children are treated, and there's love, genuine love there for children, period. So the dynamics of the relationship is not just based on the love between man and woman, but this love has to also spill over into the children on both sides, and the children must love one another as siblings. And so that's why I say blended families matter, because sometimes we have children coming into relationships with us and they are to be considered because they are a part of something new as well. And so you can't drag them along playing house with somebody. Don't come over here playing with me. Don't come over here playing with me. That's all I'm saying. Just leave me alone. Mind your business.
and you mentioned banana split earlier. Well, you didn't mention a banana split, but I never told you that I was a fiend, a banana split fiend. That is my favorite type of dessert. Banana.
Hell yeah. Let me look, I gotta tell you something. Let me share something with you. I make a banana pudding ice cream, homemade ice cream. The first time my brother tried this ice cream, his eyes got so big. He was like, "You could sell this." He said, "You could sell this. This is good."
The other day I went banana split milkshake. They blended the banana up in the ice cream and made a milkshake with the banana. Very tasty.
Yes, very much so. I just bought a whole bunch of bananas just so we can do that. Yep. Uh Banana flavor is phenomenal. This is a whole nother thing, right? So I like to make banana pudding, and now I learned how to make this banana pudding ice cream, and it is very good.
You do this thing with the wafer cookies. there's a banana pudding with wafer cookies in it. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the vanilla wafers. Yep, that.
I used to love my mom made that kind of stuff. And I would see all the packaging come in the house to make it. I'll empty out all the bags, put everything where they go. Mommy about to make banana pudding. And if y'all was getting on her nerve, I tell you to stop, leave her alone. She might not make that banana pudding, y'all piss her off. But my mother, oh my God, that was some great stuff. Banana pudding and bean pies. I love when my family bring home bean pies.
Oh my goodness. Look at here. I got me some navy beans up in there. I am gonna make me a bean pie. Do you hear me? But see, listen, all the recipes that I have found for bean pie have sugar, and I don't want to use sugar. So, agave nectar, honey, um, all those, like, you know what I'm saying? And then like trying, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not ready for the bean pie experience to make it. Maybe I have a little bit of fear that I'm not gonna do it right. But I'm going to conquer. That is one of those things. My cousin did a video, and he was like, don't wait till you're 65 to start crossing off things off your bucket list or creating your bucket list. He said start today. It's never too late. You know what I'm saying? He said if it's just one thing, no matter how big or how small, if you can scratch one thing off your bucket list today, do it. And I was like, man, I'm sitting here thinking about that right now. So a bean pie would be on my bucket list to do. And I'm going to do it. Okay. So yeah, I haven't looked at, oh, but look, I met this guy here through the VA hospital. Mr. What is his name? I think his last name was Ali. Muhammad. He called himself Ali. And he was in a wheelchair, and he was at the VA hospital selling bean pies. And I bought one, and it was so good. And I was talking to him, and he was trying to tell me that he had a factory in California that made bean pies. And he was telling me that there's a portion of that is traveling to get the bean pies from there to here, and he wanted to show me about how to make it and all these things like this. But right, I'm looking at his situation, and I'm really thinking that he was more so needing somebody to come and be around to, you know what I'm saying, help him do things. And not that I had a problem with that, but I was sick too. I was going through, I didn't even got time to be doing all that. You know what I'm saying? I was on chemotherapy and everything like that, you know, during this time. So that wasn't happening for me, and I wasn't about to allow someone to pull me into their situation and circumstance when I wasn't in a position to do anything like that. So I don't really know. He couldn't give me any firm data and information for me to look into it for myself. And maybe he was ordering the bean pies and selling them, talking about he had a factory. You know what I'm saying? Because people will use their veteran status to create stories. Now, just because you was in the army don't mean you ain't crazy. Oh, I done seen some crazy. You think you seen crazy.
I got an uncle that used to wake up talking about hit the deck. We're all sitting in the living room. All of a sudden, he's off the couch talking about hit the deck. He's on the floor. My cousin is grabbing me, talking about don't move. Don't move. Well, let's go outside all together then. Let's just get away from him all together. He was in Nam. And every once in a while in his sleep, he'd have a flashback. And if you move during his flashback, he might snatch you. So she don't move. Don't move. This don't make any sense. I'm done. So I never went back over there like in the middle of the afternoon on Saturdays to sit in the house because I knew he was laid up in there asleep. And he's not gonna have any more of them little actions around me where he laying on the floor talking about don't move. So I know what you're talking about. I seen it. I seen a few other people. This one dude was on a boat. Oh, he came back. He used to walk around with the cigarette, and he had the cigarette in his hand and just talked to himself as he walked around all day long. And if you said something to him, oh yeah, something spooky about this dude right here, boy. That's all he gonna do all day long. Stand there and twitch with that cigarette? Nah, man. Yeah, I you know.
I'm grateful that I didn't serve during that time, um, because it's a lot of people that came back with unseen injuries, and later could be shown as PTSD and things like that. But by the time some of these people realize that they're so far gone, and honestly, all it would the only thing it really would have taken was real acknowledgement and conversation that they had experienced what they experienced and it was real. And so this was a part of the reason why when I came back from Iraq, we had to stay stabilized for 90 days before we could transition to a new location. And they was gonna hold me in Germany. They was going to for another 90 days talking about I need some mental health. I was like, no, I promise I'm gonna get mental health when I get over there to the States. Let me go. I'm ready to go home. So I tried to go for recruiting, and when you go for recruiting or you get picked up for recruiting, you have to go through all these different stages of acceptance, and mental health was like, you didn't we can't send you through. You need to work on some things. And so this is when they started trying to pump me with all these medications and stuff. And so it started in like 2007, 2006 actually.
So why would they say that you have any mental problem?
I was still dealing with a lot of unprocessed emotional stressors. And so if you go into a field that's already a stressful field, and someone is already coming with stressful energy, that's not, who wants to, who's gonna join the army and you're all stressed and you can't handle stress in such a way that, you know what I'm saying, you can overlook what you're feeling to do your job. And I didn't qualify because there was too much going on. I was still crying about stuff that happened in my childhood. Okay. And then when I went to Iraq, a lot of things changed. I was more open, but I was more callous. I became very callous. Very. I was callous. I didn't care about anything. I didn't been no. Missiles flying over my head. I'm seeing the different colors and sparkles and the flames and the fire. You know what I'm saying? I'm over here. There was sand in my skin for almost a year after coming back.
Sand in your skin?
Yes. You know, our skin is the largest organism of the body. The biology of the body. The skin is the largest organism, right? So it's porous, meaning there's pores and things can. So if you're in the desert a whole year, just a year, and you're not accustomed to this desert lifestyle, when I came back here sitting in the tub, when I would get out the tub, there would be sand in the tub. Where did it come from? My skin. It took almost a year to clear the sand from my skin. Yep. That's wild, right? Or are you stuck? You froze. So look, we have been on here 6 hours. This is the longest episode of A New Wave of Thinking for episode 15. We going 6 hours tonight. And that's it. And so, Sunstar, Elia, device probably has passed out. So, welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and Elia Gar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign. We are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me. We become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking.